This thing on? Well, yes, it is. Perfect. Well, hello and welcome to the Chief Multi-Hat Game Dev stream. Thank you for joining me, or watching the VOD if you so chosen to do so. Appreciate that. Today I'm actually going to do some programming, or at least hacking a few things, and probably playtest the game a little bit and stuff like that. Just kind of chill stream. Just kind of sit and see how things go. Contemplate different things. Today's theme, spooky music. Why not? So we'll see how that goes. Alrighty. Gotta get some things set up here. Don't know if I want that. Go. Trying out the VLC player to do some music playing. I might actually do some drawing too today. I didn't say that in my title today, but I think that's going to be alright. Need to get channel redeems going. No idea even if that's even working. Alright, well. Yeah. Where am I? I don't know where I'm at. Code-wise, it's been a few days. Get reorientated here. Instead of fixing an issue, I kind of like, well, we'll just recreate the page. Let's just recreate that. And then, like, yeah, let's do that. Then I'm like, hey, if there's so much work to do, why would you want to do that? Yeah, but working through the wreckage of mistakes is just better to start over. So, we'll see. And this infernal frog in my throat. Constant. Alrighty then. Oh, where'd I put that? Oh, okay. Righty then. Alright, so what am I doing here? Well, I am looking into recreating some of the old thing. So this is a Razor page. If I have security, I'm basically saying allow anonymous access to this page. This is a code behind, which means that we have HTML with some framework support, as you can see with this. It's kind of really like back the old ASP pages in a way. intermixes code and HTML that gets compiled and interpreted. Well, compiled, so then it serves up a generated page. There is a more scholarly, more educated description of that at your disposal. There are sources that goes into much better detail on these type of things than I would be getting into on stream. I recommend looking for them if you want to learn in depth Razor pages. I do enough to make it work, and it can always improve upon it. But I am not a front-end web developer, so there's many things I don't know. We just make things go. I really wish the auto formatting would stop. Alright, let's go to our game CSS. Control F and find MMA. Okay, so max width variable. Help. How would I call it a helper? Help with. Probably as a helper function. So, recalling. Let me play the game, kind of show what I'm doing. At some point, be ready. As it compiles here, be ready a few moments. Here we go. See, the game runs as its own service. Web server. All right, let's see here. Refresh. Turn music off. All right, we'll get into the dungeon. We'll jump right into the maze. And let's go find some monsters. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, especially when you play this on the cell phone in portrait mode, first of all, highlighting doesn't work very well. And as you do things get, you're constantly, scrolling up and, you're constantly scrolling up and down all the time. So with that, I want to make panels. I want a panel system where, yes, you could scroll down for information, but when it comes to like a focus, like, I'm picking fight, for example. Okay, so if I pick fight, it should then this should all disappear. Well, okay. This selection should disappear. These should move up. You pick who fights. And there should be a button at the bottom that says continue. And when you hit continue, it goes to something like this. And then, you know, you go through those stages. That way it kind of stays focused, goes through like a wizard of sorts, you know. But then, you know, that's how you can see things like that. So, assign everyone to attack. Now, fighting, see how it jumps? I need to make it so it won't jump. So, on one side, I can convert this into, okay, there's a backend called HTMX that allows it. Basically allows me to push a button, goes to the server, it does something, and then I'm going to return a partial piece of information that will just get this part of the page, this little section, redrawn. So you don't have this, flipping everywhere all the time. It's even more annoying on the cell phone. Now, another aspect is I kind of want to rewrite this page because it's early in the development of this game, this website. I'm using what's called Signal R, which is it's a back channel capability of a website talking to the server. It's a two-way communication. Well, it can be. I am using it as a two-way communication, and what that does is, technically, if the person is connected to the server playing the game, I could at any time send an update to them as they're on the browser and have things happen without them having to initiate some sort of action, like when they push a button, like your typical website, on something like that. So instead, it will, I can initiate, I can do that. Well, as I develop this out some more, I don't need that capability. It adds some extra overhead that I don't want to mess with. And for this particular use, I don't need it. So really am thinking about a way to get rid of Signal R and use more of the HTMX. Somebody might ask, well, why don't you write this in React? And I'm like, well, there's not a whole lot that runs on the client side. I don't have JavaScript running. The game is running within the Windows server. It's handling all the state. And React is very much a client-side state management. So, I mean, I could make it work, but I don't want to. For now. So, today I'm basically kind of waffling. Kind of either want to make it work that way or not. So I'm trying to decide. On something like that. But meanwhile, let's defeat these slimes. Got the wrong music. Go left. Well, hello, White Vault. Glad you can make it. Well, the slimes are preventing us from going left at this point in time, so we're just going to have to, cast some spells. Maybe some rigor mortis and some lava bursting. I'm doing some scuff development and scuff streaming, so I'm double scuffed today. Right, let's do some battling. Let's see what happens. Right, rigor mortis. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Paralyze those slimes. Got some skewerage. Wow, they're all paralyzed. Ooh, red slime has negated the effects of lava burst. Well, you know, they are red slimes. Probably because they're fire elemental based. Maybe. So yeah, some of these slimes, they can't be affected by fire. So that's why you have it negated. And then some are protected for reduced damage. But they're dead anyway, so. There we go. Alright. I'm now ready to go left. So I go this direction. It's a wall. If I go forward, I click. Oofta. Right into the wall. Doing pretty good. Oh, encounter again. Doing well. Just slimed again. Oh, see now. I clicked too much. And I didn't reset state, so it's as if you decided to go, yeah, let's just give them a first free round whack on us. Not so good. Not so good. So, let's all beat on them. I hope to fix that. Yep, doing pretty good. Just a little bit late. A little late streamage. Battle. Just fight him. Turn the music down a little bit. Yeah. Basically a text-based game. Wonder if I can fire something up. Let me try it. So, oh yes it is. So, I've also downloaded, there's something called MonoGame, and it's kind of like the old, I don't know if it's exactly the Xamarin. No, it's, almost had it tip my tongue. It was the development package that Microsoft kind of put out there to help people make games for the Xbox and other stuff. What was that called? Anyway, they kind of gotten, you know, how Microsoft does. They start something and stop something. Well, this group then took it over, and I believe it's free. It's free. Donations and such. But it is a excuse me. There we go. I didn't know. I didn't work at all. Wait a second. Let me turn off. The background. So, yeah, this thing's huge. So, MonoGame is basically a game engine in its rawest form. It basically gives, hey, we got 2D, 3D shade, capability. We have the main game pulse, where you are supposed to do all the drawing, and then a time slice comes at you but they don't do anything else. They don't have any like Godot or any of those things where you can create all of your frames and you graphically. This is pure code based, which I thought, yeah, this would be kind of cool. What's nice about this is that it handles the graphics portion, and I don't have to deal with like what version of Xdriver are you using and things like that. So this is a little test application I wrote. It essentially says in the code. Let's see here. Yeah, so this gets called by the engine anytime it's wanting you to draw all your graphics at once. So you get to control how things get drawn. So in this case, I would draw like, over here, the maze. The maze actually is like, I think there's 12 images laid on top of each other of transparency in order from left to right, front to back to front, to give you that illusion of 3D. Because if the wall exists in the deeper into the, because this system is technically 5. It's 4 rooms, 5 walls in forward from wherever you're at, and then the side walls. I'm making hand gestures, and there's no way that nothing's picking up. I talk with my hands, and you can't see my hands move unless I stick them in front of my face. Just tie my hands to the back of my back. There we go. Anywho's, yeah. Point maybe this direction somewhere. Nope. There we go. Anyhow, yeah. So I can use this pointer. So yeah, you would draw something like that. So I would create like the game. So right now let's see what is my canvas. Let me not cover up. Okay, I'm not covering. Oh, my head covers up a lot of code because it's running. So yeah, right now I'm using a 1280 by 720 canvas type of thing. I just made it facial. Wow, it's great. Let's make faces. There's no camera on. What if I slide myself? Watch out for the scuff. There we go. Code. So you have game entry. I have a library. Ooh. Just realized that. So this is my game, which you can't see. More scuffage. Boop. Still more scuffage. Stand by. There we go. So up here somewhere. Anyway, yeah. So my libraries for the game are independent of like. So like this is my actual game. It's a bunch of C# libraries that actually runs the game, and then I wrap a website around them to actually give you the experience. Well, now I'm going to wrap this MonoGame engine around it. You'd say, well, if Godot had first class C#, which I think they're about to hit, I think with 4.0. I'm not sure if they're quite there yet. First class basically means you go right into the code, make some changes in code, and it compiles it, and it acts as a part of the engine. This definitely does that, but other things don't. So I've been toying with this. It took me some of my game development. A good chunk of it is just simply getting the website to do what I want to do, to try to make it work visually and take the inputs. And so I got to stop developing the game, start developing the website that uses the game. It'd be as if you didn't have Godot, but you need to create a scene editor and things like that. Those components that were now game developers are a lot of use. They're used to those type of scenarios or those setups. They all have kind of the same with different. The same base, kind of industry standardized way of doing things. Well, it'd be like I have to stop and create that first and then go back into this. Now, what's cool is that there are several game developers who do these things, and they are making their own engines from scratch. I think Don Ho does that. There's also Ryan Art that does that in C++. There's a couple other people out there who are doing those things, which is awesome. Dungeons of Treptera is not a graphics engine anything with that. So it's basically a static show pictures in a nice order, old point and click type of retro type game with text. It's not just text, but yeah, that's what it does. But it's a website, and if I'm on Steam, I want to monetize. How am I going to, if I wanted to monetize, I can't sell access to websites. I think they say absolutely not. That's not the point. But, could the way I have to make it is that this game runs a little server on the computer that is packaged up and sent by Steam. You need some sort of easy to use graphic launcher that, that looks like a game front end, and then hit go. And then it will then launch the browser and talk to itself essentially. Being in the software realm, the things I open up a can of worms there is supporting. Hey, my particular Windows setup, it doesn't work. Great, another refund. That type of thing. Versus use a game engine package. Pretty standardized, and not many utter failures capable. There's problems, but I'm opening up a can of worms trying to really do it custom. So it can be done, of course, but so anyway, if this is using Mono, so yeah, I still have to create my own package it up, but it will run on the Windows machine, and I believe Mono, using the Mono build, I think I can build it to run in Linux as well, so other things, and it might port to Android and such, but I'm just trying to really concentrate on making the game ultimately run on a PC. And I may just very well stick with just keeping it on a website type of thing. So yeah, we have that. You also have the ability to potentially create a client. So I could build a graphical client in this engine that connects to the website to run. So on the back end, it's sending the information back and forth like you're on the website, but it's graphically showing you, and that's how the game can run. So when you purchase the game, you're purchasing that client. And I believe also because you're in Steam, I think I can integrate Steam login, use your Steam account to log in. Because of that, I could determine then you own the game. And if you own the game and you logged in, you could play the game on a website with your Steam login. So that's kind of a future case. Little ADH, whatever, when it comes to let me fix this screen, or let's rewrite the front. We'll just rewrite it in the game engine here. See how far we can get to that. Or let's rewrite the website in such a way that I'm going to go atypical website. I'm going to build it in a way where I want everything to be in panels. not your typical HTML, you know. I'm glossing over a lot of stuff. Apologize for that. So yeah, that's where I'm kind of at. So let's go back to. So yeah, we got spinning cat. Now what's interesting is the game engine. If I click on the screen, you notice how it pauses it. It's interesting. I think I could set it up to run in the background. So yeah, it's very fast drawing. So it has two things it calls, I believe, so far. Load content creates. Yeah. So when the game fires up, you know, it's going to load up your assets. And then on the update, it calls update when it's basically giving your game a slice to determine state. You know, you take the time now to see if the player has push buttons and such, and then you update. You call this saying, okay, I'm done updating. And then I'm pretty sure it could tell from the time you send the game time back, it could determine how many milliseconds or how much time has expired for processing, and the animation system could potentially jump ahead. So I'm pretty sure there's some sort of synchronization to make things smooth. So then when it calls the draw, that's when you draw everything all the time. So in theory, I should see. I should do this. So if I hit escape, there we go. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna put. This is game logic, so. And I have variables up here, see? Degree. This basically randomly determines. I'm using my dice roll. That's for my game. It's a bag. Basically, the dice bag. Roll between 1 and 20. Modify a negative 1 and 20. Yeah, they probably do that because they have a client. I'm pretty sure. You know, and that's what I would end up having to do is some sort of client. Let's see if this works. Kill still works. Nice. I mean, utterly useless, but it works. Buttons back. So back key. What's the back key? Escape key. Backspace, maybe? Nope. Oh, escape. What is this back? Oh, it's gamepad, Dave. C says it. Yeah. So, yeah. Plus, has gamepad support built right in. Yeah, so that's that project. Now this is a website. What am I doing? That back on. That here for fun. Video capture device. Move me over here. Trick me. Ah. Absolutely. You have a good one. Is that what that crack was on your last stream? Did your chair just malfunction on you? Yeah, I had a at work many years ago. There's one of these chairs that, you know, probably could technically survive a atomic bomb blast. You know, a big thick aluminum bar in the back and a big knob underneath the seat. You know, that connects to it. Well, I'm sitting in my chair, the computer, and of course they have me in the dungeon, the basement, right across from the microbiology lab. That's where they grow all the stuff to see if there's E. coli and stuff like that. Let me tell you the smells. Petri dishes and stuff going to incubators. Well, when they make the medium for stuff to grow in, there's times where it smells like brownies, chocolate brownies. Chocolate pudding brownies is actually what it smells like when they're preparing it. And then when they clean stuff out, it smells like bleach and someone's Tacos Tuesday wafting over into my office. So anyway, I'm just sitting in my chair and I lean back just a little bit, and the one bolt and tightener decided to let go, of which then I immediately, my chair height was high enough. Behind me there was a low desk about halfway up my back in height, and I'm sitting in front of my computer. I lean back, tunk, the aluminum bolt shears, and I do a 90-degree flop on my back of what used to be the back of the seat, which is now on the floor. And in high velocity, I go straight back, whack the back of my head onto the shelving desk behind me, which then caused me to ricochet back up into sitting position, and all within about a half of a second worth of time. It would have been absolutely comical if I would have got that on TV. But yeah, that was, and it was a shock too, because like, bam! I'm like, I don't think I hurt myself. That was weird. Yeah, I looked down and my chair's in pieces. That hurt. Yep, that was good old times. Most of the office furniture is built or purchased from surplus. Back when I used to work for a soil and water testing laboratory, which was kind of fun. Yeah, don't stand. What am I doing? Papa's burned. Heat sears. Oh yeah, residual damage from the attack. See, I need to have more status. Excuse me. dice are not friendly today. Come on. Okay, fine. I'll take it. Let's see. Cleric. Why? Why did I fire cleric? Oh, 20. Slightly at a deficit upstairs. Yeah, this guy's... I really like this game music. By the time I'm done making the game, I'm probably hate this game music. Yes, sir. Oh, look at that strength. A 5-year-old could beat him up. Well, this guy's luck went out the window. Let's go in. Let's call him Mike. And recruit. Okay, let's get one more mage. Another male. Train. Wait. Yep, train. Intelligence. Brain. That's not intelligence 0. It's intelligence 0 bonus. Might need to fix that. Wisdom +1. Alright, train. Let's go. Why not? Let's call him Old Man. Old Man. Research has met success. Recruit. Alright, let's go to refresh because I don't have a refresh. Another failure. Let's go back to the guild hall. Take a look at our guild roster, which we have Violet, the Ultraviolets, Pickle Rick, the Fighter, Cleric, Goot, or Thug backward. Very dexterous. Very healthy, pretty charismatic, just not too bright and wise. He just believes if you're fast enough, that's all you need. That's all you need. You can trip the trap if you're fast enough. Alright, we get Ike, and we get Old Man. Okay, so, new party charter. New party, edit. Let's call the new party The Doomed. Same. And then let's go to Guildmaster. Recruit, 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 and recruit. And then we go back to... Oh, I could have pushed another button. Duh. You created a new party, yes. Alright, we got the Doomed. Level 1, the Doomed. Right. Go back to town. Dressed up. Or stout. Week. And another week. There we go. Rest it up. Alright, let's go to Bart's Metalworks. Weapons. 256 gold and geld. Now, every weapon so far is just available, and I need to limit this out. Either by, well, gold, how much it costs, and, you know, I don't want everyone to get the best weapons right off the bat. So, later on. Let's give... I can't afford that. Can't do, it's... That's silver, actually. 410 silver, which is 4 gold, 110 silver. This is supposed to... Yeah. Need to fix that. Right. Arc. We'll take a flail. Right here. Okay. I don't think we have anything. Except for a dagger. And dagger. Alright. Oh. Brain fart. Violet. Armor. Let's see. Breastplate. Change shirt. I mean, I should not be able to get decked out in half plate and full plate right off the bat. I mean, well, I can't. Oh yeah, see now weapons actually, the armor actually tells you the gold amount. So, change shirts. Change shirt, yes. Clark. Breastplate. Can't afford anything. No. I guess it's going to be stone leather. Good, obviously wants stone leather. These are some robes. Already got robes. Okay. Let's sell some equipment. No, not here. Let's go to Violet. Sell equipment. Dagger. And leather. So, right. I don't think I have enough gold for spells. Never mind. Go back to Gradia. Clark needs to mastery. Mastery. Okay. Old man needs to learn stuff. There we go. All casters know the spells in their tomes. Alright, let's go back to Treptera. Everyone has the mono. Alright. That was the character prep. Let's go into the Dungeons of Treptera. I do believe I am absolutely horribly unbalanced in the monsters, so. Gas clouds, really? Turning around. I'm not going to go back to town. I'm not going to go that way. Let's rest for a day. All right. Try this again. Blue slimes. Everybody attacks. Spell. Let's get this guy asleep. This guy. Armor 1. Ability. Shadow attack. Battle. Hello, Brotech. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So basically, I'm developing Dungeons of Treptera here. This is an online game. Basically, it's your classic retro dungeon RPG. Basically, go in and fight the monsters, survive, hopefully, get more power, get more capabilities, and just get deeper into the dungeon and try to get to the bottommost level and survive. There's some quests I'm working on, a little bit of a quest system, hunt and gather type system, different things like that. And this is written in C#, and yeah, yep. This is using ASP. Yep, it's using the Razor Pages as the website to build this, and with that. I'm not exactly a front-end developer. I'm the boilerplate type developer back-end. Been doing it for a long time. I do enough to get by on the front-end stuff. So I'm brute forcing my way all the way, essentially. So I'm kind of changing the format of the game. It's right in the center of the screen, mainly because it should fit most modern phones, smartphones on the portrait side, and you should be able to play it. You should be able to play it on your phone, hopefully, from your web browser, and have it still work well. I do a lot of scrolling and such. I'm using HTMX primarily, HTMX, JavaScript, and HTML, of course. Currently I've been using Signal R, some of the Signal R when I first started building this, but I'm kind of phasing out the Signal R just because I don't need the server-side asynchronous connection. With that, it's basically turn-based and state managed. So depending on what you pick, how you move, what you choose, it progresses in its state to the point practically where if you quit the website and come back, it's going to put you right back where you started from, generally. So you can't escape that doomed experience so easily. We'll work on that. So yeah, I started using HTMX a lot more. I like it, and I got some real hackish HTMX razor going on. I can kind of show that a little bit here, You can get deep into the pipelines of, the website, and create middleware and things. There is overhead in the way I do it, but the game is so light technically that I'm gonna make it work first, worry about academics when I have to. Besides, for now, it's easier to implement the way I'm doing it. But, I learn how to do things and, go back and change things, of course. So, what we got here is I slept them. 0. They're all sleeping. There's 2 left. There are 2 available to be attacked. 0 are active out of there were 4. So I'm just hit fight and just have everybody just fisticuff it. Good old battle axe. Nice. Goot was in the shadows. Did a surprise attack there for 6 vital. So there we go. Got some gold. Cool. So yeah, this is real simple. I don't even have a database backend yet. It's all in memory, and I persist it out as one large JSON file. Not a lot of data in this, but I kind of experimented with CosmoDB, and you could do the projections with that. And you can query it. It works pretty good, except pricey. It'll, even on the free model, not free, consumption model, it will cost. And if you store any amount of data, $5 a month practically. And if I have, if this ever people play it and I have that as a back end, I could probably be spending 2,000 to 5,000% of the cost that I'm going to make people pay for the game and to run it. So what's the point? At that point. But yeah, I looked into SQLite. I think I'd be a good candidate. I actually have the game running. It might not be running right now. I got like a NUC computer that I have it set up as my server. That goes to so it's Treptera.cmhgames.com, and you could basically play the extremely alpha version of it. I need to update it. I haven't pushed out the latest, so there's a lot of buggies and stuff like that with it. But yeah, it works so far. Oh, I think something moderated you by accident. Let me take a look. No, looks like you just... I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, yeah, so it's... That's the website. It may not be running. I got the old local host trick going on my developer computer, so if I try to do it, I'm actually going to connect. Oh yeah, well, it's right up here. Oh, you don't see it because I got this kind of here expanded out. That's okay. Yeah, it's. I'll get that going a little bit later. Probably should be a Cloudflare pop up and say, "Hey, this is not working. Contact the owner. The owner's been busy." So yeah. Go town recall here. Okay, so go ahead and hit stop on this. Stop the music. And yeah, this is the host. It's running. I save session to the server every 5 minutes. It each player has his own JSON file, and it loads it into memory, that JSON file, and we'll save those individually. Basically, it's got to create some management to unload them when they're not used, and then bring state in and out of the system. A little bit of management. It's lightweight enough to build something like that. I think that'd be fine, honestly. Close that. So yeah, as part of the game development, it's all custom. I mean, it's a website, so it makes it custom. I'm not really using an engine. You can't create, so of a lot of the game engines out there, there is one that is, almost have the name of it in the memory. I'll think of it in a second. Where is it? Phaser. So that's a JavaScript solution for a game engine. Phaser. Of course, a lot of your engines out there have the ability to go ahead and compile them for Android or others, to do that as well, or web builds, because they have like a web engine, and they just conform all your code to those type of things. Yep, Godot does that. Godot. I like Godot because it is C sharp, but I don't think Godot's not quite first class C sharp support yet. I mean, right? With the .4.4 is it now? But it's getting awful close to be what I would call like first class. I think it's first class, not just. My issue with that, okay, I looked in the Godot. I still got to learn the engine process of that to know, okay, well then how do I instantiate my state machine, which actually runs the game? Where does that get loaded and stays in memory? And then I just got to basically hook up communicating with that device. So if I use Godot, or especially Godot because it's C sharp, then I'm creating a client front end essentially. I don't need the game engine physics and things like that. But because it is a game engine, more interactive type. Yeah. I mean, so, this is C sharp. So, I got my character class, which is an abstract class. And then I have all the derivatives, a party. Got my I have classes that build off of classes. And imagine having to rewrite this in a flat module for GT script. I'd spend all that time rewriting all that stuff again. I mean, it could. At one point, I thought, I might just have to do that. Rewriting things usually is faster. But I've already been at this for a couple years, 2 years actually, this November. And I really don't want to rewrite the thing that bad yet. But yeah, the game engine, you have your character classes, you have your spell system, your attribute system, your conditions. Basically it's a base system and how everything's broken down into your basic, how you take damage, how you heal from the damage, what you can, and then all the mechanics are kind of set. So then you build upon the mechanics to create your flavor of the game. Your spells, your abilities, all break down into like a common language of, okay, do damage and heal damage type of process. But let me expand a few things. Let's bring back the spooky. A little scuffage here. Apologize. There we go. Background music. I'm gonna go to get all set up here. All right, let's go for. So also what I've been building out in the game is I actually have online game editing capability. So the other part of the game is total configuration. It's data file driven mostly. So if you purchase the game, or if you're basically the game gives you the ability to, if you want to throw this onto your own website and host it, you can do that. And then you can change, the spells, change the abilities, a lot of different things like that, and tailor it to your own adventure to a certain extent. And that looks like that by going to I gotta hit run. I closed the game down. Let me start the game back up. Is the game running yet? I don't have my console box yet. There we go. Pops open. Loading. All right, try this again. So what you have here is a complete the maze editor. So the dungeons is a 10-level dungeon. Each level has 30 by 30 rooms, so 900 potential rooms. It does a world wraparound. Go far enough to the top, you come back to the bottom again, and you have that set up. So there are 30 by 30 or 900 rooms per level, and there's 10 levels, and then this basically it's the interface that allows you to. Now this is not really consumable by the end, and don't have it quite pretty or made for the consumer. It's more like for the me as the developer, it's a tool set, but it just gives you the ability to, if I click on maze, solid, add, and either I could set up my pattern by hitting, say I'm on a wall, I'm on a 3-sided wall, for example, and I go over here to the maze, I can click on that. I've now added that section in the wall. If I wanted it to be not solid, meaning each room defines the wall, it takes the rooms on the outside to have the opposite wall defined to make it a true wall. So this gives you the ability to see no wall, walk down a hall, turn around. Now you're stuck. It's a one-way. So you can see the single line like that. So if I'm standing in that room, I'll see walls. But if I'm outside the room, there's no walls, type of thing. So that's again the building you have with that. So yeah, this basically allows you to draw your maps out. You have doors. Currently there's doors and wall segments. The next thing you have is within the whole maze is basically a spawn bank, a thing that says how to generate the mobs. And mob generation is basically built down from a scenario level, encounter level, and then single party generation. A scenario has a random table build. Basically it's a table of encounters, and with your odds of what encounter to pick from. And then so if I say, and by default, each level should have its own scenario. Inside that scenario, I'll put like a default set of monsters or mobiles or mobs, to give the flavor of the whole level. So each room has an index set to 0 initially. So anytime, and then since 0 here, as he says 0 over here, it's a 1 in 20 odds. So anytime you move around, rotate, turn, position, anytime move you make, it rolls a 1 in 20. And if you hit a 1 out of 20, then that means it's going to spawn something. So your index 0 it goes to the scenario. It looks through all the chances for the different encounters. It rolls which one. It picks one of them by a raffle system. Picks one of those. Now inside of an encounter, it has groups of spawn parties. Now everything is spawned in as a party. So the smallest unit is not an individual, but a party. So the encounter is a collection of parties. And then in the parties, you define exactly how to build out the monsters. So so it's completely configurable. You can give them the abilities. Pick a base class. It's programmatic. Give them spells if they need spells. Give them weapons. Give them special abilities. It's all generated randomly. So within certain parameters, and yeah, it'll then generate your encounter. So, like I said, scenarios is a group of encounters. Encounters have groups of single party spawns. Now, you can have so each level has an index. Now, you can specifically say, all right, anywhere there's a 6. Now they might be kind of small. See them over here, but there's 6. Anywhere there's a 6, that means as you walk into that room, it's ID 6. Then there's a 1 in 10 chance that it's going to spawn specifically. It's going to spawn skeletons. You're basically saying, I want this to be a very specific theme. Do that. And so you could build your themes out. So different rooms could be more deadly or less deadly and things like that. You also have an overall random event that you just basically, dexterity save or strength save, just something that happens against your party. There's, by default, basically everything's a 1 in 50 chance. So has a 1 in 50 chance of just, you've ran into a cloud of bats or a business, a rabid business of ferrets, and I basically went and found the actual names of the groups of those particular animals, and that you get attacked by, run into some forest spikes. Oh no, get random damage. So always keep you on your toes, type of thing. So yeah, this builds the maps. Now, the mobile unit system, massive editor. So I'm actually using Ace Editor for JavaScript, and I've got it tuned to YAML. So my data objects are converted to YAML, and allows you to do fine tuning of the data, setting it up. Now some of this is cut and paste, so and then the formatting is, you know, very specific for YAML. So if I want to grab, I could like create a template, for example, copy it, because it has the indents. I could then move over to here onto the main group and make the changes there. So yeah, this is, instead of, at one point I had this massive web page of all the buttons and all the inputs on it, and end up being a nightmare. That's when you say I should have used React. Then I'm making it all by hand. So anyway, we went with the YAML. And so yeah, you could go in, make all your changes. This is a single party chance. So if I say blue slimes, within the blue slimes themselves, there's a 75% chance to spawn that party, and a 25% chance to do the other party. And then within those parties, you just basically build out your thing. So you have mobile spawns. What does that mean? That means that I'm going to create 1 to 4 mob fighters and another mob fighter specifically. So, and this one mob fighter has a little more oomph to them, and the other ones are just your generic mob fighter, generics. So that way you can get you can create a mix of the same kind of fighter. And then of course you got your stats that drives a lot of different things. These basically says when you create the mobile roll 3 to 5, and there's a bonus system, 1 in 10 chance of having a bonus too. So your stats get randomized a little bit, controlled randomness. So basically, yeah, you create your random tables. You pick your weapons. The weapons have to, there's all your weapons over here. You would select. Now this is very programmer knowledge capable. You copy and paste that over to the appropriate place, and then now you've assigned a weapon to somebody. You got your armor, different types of cut and pastables, as it were. Yeah, so you can set that up. Yeah, you can completely set those things up. Here's your scenarios. This scenario has humanoids, slimes, and undead humanoids. These are tickets. There's 3 and 3 tickets for humanoid slimes, and 1 ticket for undead. So a total of 7 tickets, and it just does a raffle roll. It picks one of those. And then over here, it'd say EN Slimes. The encounter slime is in this particular case, there's a chance to have 2 groups, and so you could have basically an equal chance of white, yellow, blue, or red slimes being generated on the slimes. So yeah, and then so this is the encounters. These are the scenarios, and up above is the actual single party spawn. So you get your mobile, So to kind of describe a lot of these things, the screen is really meant for somebody who, myself, making the game, and then the documentation for that would be as if you use at your own risk capability. You can only get into this if you edit your configuration file and then find your account and put the key into it, which is basically, so when you log in, it knows it's you. You could then start working on this. So then same thing, we have armor. I could pick like leather. So, the cost, how much it protects, and things like that. Weapons. same thing. On a weapon, you can give an aspect to it, so it can have these types of different kinds of capability, damaging. You could attach like fire, cold, ice, different things like that. And then there's spells. Those also all configurable. And then it just pops down. So yeah, this is Razor pages. Let's see here. I'll kind of shrink that. Let's go over here. So I started making use of, because I just need to have access to the JavaScript to go along with what I'm doing inside of the Razor page. So I went ahead and defined some sections so I could then define the, right here in the file. Makes it easier to navigate and work with. Load it here. For example, I'm actually loading in that ACE YAML editor. I got some styles. Yeah, and then this is my game system. And these are all support functions within the Razor page. So then later on down inside the page, I could then do stuff. So the way I do HTMX with Razor pages is I'm doing the code behind. So, well, it used to be called code behind, aren't they? You got your C# side of things to handle the requests and the data binding, to handle the requests and such. And then you hand it off, because this is a partial class, it hands it off then to the part where it actually renders the HTML. Well, if I'm using an HTMX request, oh yeah, well this is like past this is beyond the run at server now, so this is just flat Razor. Yeah, we go in, and the first thing I do is say, does my, I set the variable my model. Is it HTMX? It is. Set the layout to null. So that way it's going to send pure HTML back at this point in time. Set the layout to null. Now let's look at the options to determine what type of HTML I want to send back. And then either that's the HTML snippet, for example, I send back. Because I'm using editors and HTML, by having the script in with that HTML, what's nice is on HTMX, you can actually send a script object back with your HTMX, and then this will get executed. So if that's already existing show YAML editors in the JavaScript in the page, when you refresh sections of your HTMX, you could also then, when it's done, run that code, which is great, because what this code does is set up the data inside a div with all of the JSON or the YAML, but then calls the show editor, which is part of see if I have it. I put that at the bottom, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I have scripts down here too. So this handles the ACE editor capability. I kind of started making templates in a common function. So yeah, when you call show editors, it then reestablishes all the HTML. From the HTMX request, it will then reestablish the YAML editing capability. So yeah. So the pattern is basically this. On your page level, detect if it's HTMX. If it is, don't set your layout. Set up your code to send your HTML. Of course, you might have to repeat your HTMX too, if you're replacing it, depending on your strategies. And then I return. So then the rest of that page then just sends the snippet right back at that's how you get that partial refresh. And lately I've been sticking this code even into partial shared pages under partial here. So now I have partial pages with just the snippet. That would be actually this is responsible for rendering HTMX. And then in my HTMX code, I just say render that partial. So I'm kind of separating it out a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of fun. And then half this stuff's like garbage. I gotta get rid of it. Old attempts. So yeah, it's a combination of building those things together. So that's, before you do the game, you got to build the website and then build the game inside the website. And then you build the game so you can make the game at some point. But yeah. So that's been fun. Let's close that. So yeah, I'm in a process of sometimes I just use not Ajax, but JavaScript to set up variables and then post this form through HTMX, so I could send state, basically requests back to the server. Because it's HTMX, the server is really good at keeping state. Let's not pass on state management to the client in this particular case. I mean, you can, but let's let the server take care of that, and then make the client be client. The main game basically works by having the main page is an iframe. Inside the page, it has the iframe. That's where I have all the JavaScript for sound. I'm using a Howler JavaScript library for the sound management. I'm using JavaScript's broadcast message capability to talk to different tabs. In this case, I'm talking from the page hosted inside of the iframe to talk to the outer. So that's how you maintain state with music. You can go to different places, but yet you're not reloading the music all the time and causing it to start and stop all the time. So I'm persisting it that way, probably because I'm not using a worker thread in JavaScript. Instead, I'm just using the web page. So you got a parent page, and then you have an iframe in it. And depending on the game state, you navigate then. Those pages navigate to different parts of the game: town, explore, encounter, and you go back and forth between all those things. That's why I like over here. Unless it's this page itself. This page does not go inside of the iframe. In fact, this gives it a special code that tells the system stop the save timer, because the game's not running. But I gotta remember to turn that back on. T for toggle. Toggle. There we go. And if you just go back and you start the game again, but you can't see. I love when I edit the wrong windows. There we go. Trey Sasnathu. Hopefully I got that kind of close to your name. Appreciate you following. Thank you so much. Yeah, so basically, you have the music playing in the iframe. Well, outside the iframe. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. It's what I know, so I'm going to make use of what I know, type of thing. And that's how you could pause the game music too. Just which is kind of fun because, so multidiscipline, right? Let me take a look at something here. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's probably not, directly. Can look at this information. It's not so tightly coupled like that. The API, I'm not really exposing an API in this particular situation, and it's really, I'm not really using. I could, but I don't have a REST architecture exactly set up with that. But it is a HTMX, and I'm using a website HTMX to send things back and forth. I am not an authorized CEO of HTMX. It's just a hobby. But yeah, it's I thought about just flat out converting the game into a flat web API core to be truly modular. If I did that, I could be easily starting to write the stuff in other game engines, but I got antsy and wanted to get the game working. So let's start hacking the web pages together. I just recently started putting HTMX together. It used to be no HTMX. I go for that complete experience of utter torture. It is a pure HTML, JavaScript, CSS. No, barely any libraries. C# and Razor. Bending Razor, probably use cases you probably should never do. I'm doing it. Why not? Type of thing. And because you get into the ASP pipelines quite a bit. You have to create this is my hobby for a reason. I put that hat on and worry about that stuff when I'm at work doing engineering things. But when I'm home, I try to do some of that. But at the same time, I want to learn more JavaScript and I want to learn more other things. So I'm purposefully not doing things that are always the best way of doing it. Gotta learn more, right? Learn what not to do. But just even to the point where why aren't you using a state machine, and why aren't you creating units of work and converting everything down into like a message, a messenger system, because I did that when I was making MUDs. I'm not making a MUD. I don't know. I didn't see the need for it right now. But I am making things with abstract classes and building off of those classes and trying to keep things from a programmatic standpoint, a nice structured build off each other type systems. It's just that I'm not really doing that with everything. But yeah, HTMX is nice. I like HTMX. I know a lot of people out there don't like HTMX, and there's people who love HTMX. I'm not particularly against any tool. All tools have their benefits and drawbacks and abuses. It's what do you know? And if you know better, you know something else, you won't use that. I like to listen to a lot of other learned individuals who are very passionate about how to do things, and I also don't always agree with them. But I still like to hear their side of things and how they do it. And of course, I'm exposing myself as I write these codes. But you're gonna find, you're gonna probably find, oh, that's inefficient. Oh, you're a crap programmer. Well, yeah, I am. My ex. Oh yeah, I should put that out. So I go by Twitchmaster is my ex username. But my game, I've just recently created a game for the game X. I'm not using it as much. Yeah, I think it's CMH Computer Games is the handle. I need to verify that. But yeah, Twitchmaster is my my handle. I've had that thing for a while. Cool. Oh, hopefully it's okay. Is that a thing? A CEO of HTMX, like a certified HTMX developer? I wouldn't quite go as far as that ability. More like a detriment to the whole company. Yeah, some of the HTMX I'm using is I don't. Oh, I see. Nice. There's a lot of things I don't know. I know some esoteric things, but I don't know all of them. Yeah, I mean, so when you're like say wanting to really streamline use of HTMX and probably Razor Pages or just ASP.core, you're probably going to end up writing middleware and things like that to kind of really make efficiency of it. But it's kind of scary to scroll X or blue sky. So yeah. I mean, HTMX, you get your layout pages and such. I don't even make proper use of Bootstrap, mainly because of the formatting. I want it to be very formatted. In the perfect world, I would have the game so that it could be reactive and change its size. But because a lot of the game is, I want the images to be on top of each other for a specific reason and things like that, and fitting. If you had a reactive page, you end up with really wonky layout. I don't want that. I'll make it one set of wonky. That's it. But yeah, so yeah, this is a center screen type setup mainly because, not just because it's poor website design, but more for the fact that it'll fill your portrait of the portrait of your phone. And I experimented with that. Like I really like it on the portrait of the phone. It makes it really easy. It's really nice to play that way. I just got to make it so it's not behavior where you click on something and you constantly got this bouncing up and down. Just doing this on you all the time because I don't have HTMX writing back and not having it redraw the screen and screw everything up. And it's enough of that I want to go, oh, let's rewrite the program. Let's rewrite the page. because I'm trying to strip out SignalR on some of this stuff. I mean, I got, where is the other piece of the code? Completely randomizing everything I'm doing. That's, what is this? Yeah, so this is a SignalR. I was experimenting with trying to get security on SignalR. But yeah, SignalR sets it up. I got the context. I got basically it moves the player into a group, and as SignalR library should do, should signal back to me they're disconnecting, and I can remove them from the groups and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what happens is that you would post. You're either using JavaScript to post back or a standard form post back. Then the state engine would take a look at what's going on, send you a web page to update it, but then also send you a SignalR back. So then what happens is the client receives the base information, starts drawing that out on the document, the DOM, and then the SignalR then sends the data, and then the JavaScript then turns around and fills in those divisions and such. Yes, Data Star. I was looking into that too, and it looks pretty cool too. I got to stop trying to add more tech, and I'll never get this thing done. But yeah, yeah, I kind of like how that was. It integrates nicely. I like. So I was using SignalR to kind of do, and then I discovered, oh, there's this thing called HTMX, and oh, it's doing stuff I'm trying to brute force with SignalR. Yeah, let's use HTMX. It's already built. I don't have to think about it. Just set things up appropriately in the HTML. It really feels like it should flow that way, and it does. And so, yeah, suddenly now I'm like, oh, I think I could redo all this. I don't need all this capability that the SignalR is doing. Unless I want, it'd be good for, I suppose you could even use, well, yeah, it's definitely Data Star. But you could do that with HTMX too, to do a client. You could talk to the server, talk to multiple people. Well, not necessarily. You'd have to pull. Does Data Star allow communication back to the client without the client initiating any kind of request, like SignalR? I was thinking Data Star does also make use of WebSockets. Yep. So a little bit smarter use of, a little more. It's a different side of the coin when you come to WebSockets than I would suppose. Yeah. Okay. About the same thing then. They seem to kind of implement how they go about doing it a little bit differently on those two systems. What little I looked at it. Yeah, some of this functionality is kind of built in SignalR. So I've been trying to making sure, like I say, I got this Maze RPG lib, because back then I had no idea what was the name of this game. It's a Maze RPG. So that's the game basically, and you have a supervisor state, supervisor system. A hosted service, because I'm going to instantiate this main object that runs the game, and it's going to be a singleton on your web server. It sits and lives there and gets destroyed when you're done. So you have this thing handles the loading up of the assets and get things set up. 30-second intro to what SignalR is. About 30 seconds. But SignalR is, it uses WebSockets. It's a combination of, it HTTP, you can negotiate your connections, and you could change a connection over to upgrade to different protocol. WebSockets is one of those things. Generally, you use something like JavaScript to have a implementation of WebSockets to use. I mean, WebSockets can be used raw. I just don't know how to exactly without using the library. But WebSockets basically is a different HTTP connection method that tells the server you want a two-way, or you can have a two-way asynchronous communication between server and your client. And generally a SignalR library is going to maintain, like, you made a connection, things are passed back and forth to server to handshake, and then you maintain things like IDs. Yeah, so you have so there's a combination. You have the ASP.NET Core side that deals with the code to set up, the pipeline and such with the .NET, and you can then have .NET client and .NET server side of SignalR, and you could have two .NET applications talk to each other. No JavaScript, but because WebSockets is standard, you can have a JavaScript client, and I suppose with Node.js, a SignalR. Yeah. Yep. And so basically, see, where was this at? I got in packages. I don't know, somewhere here in JavaScript. Yeah, here's a SignalR library. You get this get that distribution from Microsoft, for example. In your page, you set it up like this. Let's go to Explore page. Okay, and no, it's not that at all. One moment. I have a shared game JavaScript everything uses. Here we go. Hacky JavaScript. Yeah, multiple domains of knowledge here. Work with C#, work with JavaScript, work with HTML. So I have a SignalR hub. That's the server side. That's listening. This is the address to get to it. SignalR, yeah. So, I mean, SignalR will handle like things like groups. You can create a group, put clients into that group, broadcast to the group, and then it will automatically multi-send to everybody who's in that group. Now it's UDP, most likely. So don't guarantee it'll get the message, but it will transmit out. So I have things like that. So so this is the SignalR section here. I have some SignalR functions. Now if I had a little more, documentation. Bane of all developers. I'll get to it in a second. Or 5,000. Okay. So yeah, init SignalR. This creates a connection builder. This is your SignalR library. And then you set up this is where you're setting up all of your listeners. So when I send a message called set maze parts, then it's going to call that JavaScript function upon receiving that. Then that function, when it calls that, it's going to pass to it the data that was sent along with the SignalR. So this sets up, to initialize it, I write to a hidden field the GUID that represents you as a player, and That's where GS comes into effect. And if you have one, I will then set up the connection. And when on the start signal R, this is the state machine. I keep track if it's started or stopped, attempting to start the signal R. I make a connection. I then send a code to basically, I've got I'm a web page that has the appropriate user ID. I pass it back into it. The server goes, yep, okay. It gives you back information so that when you communicate now on the Signal R channel, the server is going to respond to you. And I just have, upon successful connection of starting it, it will then go ahead and register a few, actually it calls, it invokes some messages to get things kind of synced up. If there's errors, I have a system to attempt to reconnect if I have to. Yeah, essentially. It's a nice one. It wraps things around. Yep. Yep. But there's a lot of support for Signal R for different languages and things. Absolutely. Yep. Now, this is way beyond your 30 seconds. I apologize. But so yeah, once the Signal R is set up, I then register functions like this JavaScript function. When I call somewhere in JavaScript, hey, maze party, turn around. That's because you clicked on the button that says turn your party around. Well, it's going to evoke turn around. That's if I have, if I didn't lock out the page. If I did, I could send a signal saying, hey, you're doing something. Don't allow you to navigate the maze in between stuff. Which I actually have a bug somewhere where I missed that. But anyway, if you are allowed to navigate the maze, send back. What this does is you could be, I kind of think of Signal R as also a fancy Ajax call. And you could have done an Ajax call and set up a whole setup like that to do that back and forth. But this is, since then, HTTP protocol has come up with an actual WebSocket to actually act like a TCP/IP connection within your website, essentially. That's what it's basically. It's a UDP/IP connection that allows for asynchronous back and forth. Depending on how you set up a connection, you could still just make it one way, but generally it's HTTP is stateless. It's supposed to be stateless. You send all the information you want for the request. Server processes it, sends you back the state information back, and then it forgets. It has no idea. There's no state. The client tells the server what state it's supposed to be at for pure. Doesn't mean you have to do that, but that's what the protocol is for. There's nothing in the protocol that's supposed to maintain state. And then WebSockets, for example, gives you that asynchronous capability where, I want the server to be able to talk back to the client. Once you establish connection, I don't want to wait for this client to say something to me. I don't want them constantly polling me. I'll send them a wake up, or I'll send them information when they need it. There's a lot of other applications out there that probably use Signal R much better than what I'm doing it for, of course. But yeah, so I just got, basically, I'm using JavaScript just to give me the support I need when I need it. And a lot of these functionality, it's, HTMX technically was kind of being built because I wasn't using HTMX. Now, that paradigm, I'm like, oh, I could use HTMX to kind of draw the focus out of the JavaScript manipulations and more back into my wheelhouse of C# on the server side. Makes more sense to have it live there in the first place. So that's the kind of some of the things that I have set up there. Of course, there's a lot of things where I'm not prepared for, but I'm not ultimately prepared to be in a teach mode explain things. I mean, being able to explain it helps me understand it better, but there's just times where I don't know where to start on some of the stuff. So I'm just gonna like blast information to you. So so my real job, which is my hobby job here, I'm I've been a software developer. Basically, you can give me like 2 lines of requirement. I'll create you a complete application. Calm and Rage, thank you for joining the Guildmaster Career Center of Excellence. Thank you so much. I'm basically a software developer. Appreciate that. I'll try to disappoint. I'll try not to disappoint. So yeah, I've developed desktop applications. It was primarily used to do a lot of that. Kind of drifted into enterprise website development or website apps, which they're enterprise. They're more from the internal side. You build them to kind of look like applications on your desktop, or they're very Spartan at times. What part of the stack do I work on most? Whatever you need it to be. I don't do a lot of JavaScript. I primarily right now my life lives in C#. So and then a lot of different areas in C#. I mean C# code. I'm using ASP.NET Core. I make APIs and a little bit of a framework. If I need to create an API, I'll build that out, and then we have somebody building the React front end and connect to it. I know enough. I let somebody who can I can zip in and do a lot of C# stuff. I can't zip in and do a lot of like React stuff. I understand what I see, but I don't have like all the, back of your hand knowledge of, oh yeah, that library, you pull that one down, to pull this one down, type of things. I understand the language, but the usage of it, I don't necessarily know the tool sets. So we have other people who do those things. Yep. So you're not pulling the wool over my eyes, but I'm also not making anything of importance on some of that stuff. Or if I want to do it, I really want to do it from bare metal. I'll do the bare metal. Yeah, I'm a back-end system dev by a boilerplate gremlin. I love systems application design. So I design whole back-end systems, communications between data back. Yep. What? No way. Wow. I'll certainly appreciate that. That's kind of cool. That's way too big of britches for me to fill. I don't know what I'm doing. But it's easy enough to use that someone who doesn't know what they're doing necessarily to be able to go ahead and make use of it. But yeah. Yep, it's a game. Yep. And I just recently started putting an HTMX in there and really like it. I'm kind of stick with it. Yeah, I was experimenting in Firebase. And then I'm kind of converting things over. If I want to maintain a website type development. Earlier I was here, I'll share a little something here. Get it going. Interesting about this one. Ever heard of a MonoGame? I think it's called MonoGame. You know what? There's no music playing. Why'd you tell me there's no music playing? There we go. It's spooky October, so I'll get some spooky music going. Right. So, yeah. Since I'm the old gremlin kind of guy. Oh yeah, this does use MVC. Well, at least a form of its Razor pages, so there is a form of MVC in it. I like how MVC has been kind of deconstructed and put more into a general use than it used to be. kind of specific in the flavor of Microsoft. But yeah, it's kind of hard to determine the difference between that. What I don't do yet is, the minimal API stuff and things like that. It's out there. I'm not to that point to doing it. Don't need to right now. But yeah, I'm aware of that. But yeah, it's MVC. Well, it's Razor Pages, but behind the scenes, it's actually a view of it's a kind of MVC, model view control. Because with your Razor Pages, well, that's a wrong project. I'm gonna hit stop on the game. Let's see if I can go over here. Not strictly into models, but let's see. Pages. I forget which pages work. Let's see how this sets. Is this the main game? That's not the main game. I think it's RPG. Index. Is it index? Too much stuff. Oh, here we go. Nope. Bear with me. I think I put it into my... Did not. Another game? Here we go. This is the shell of the game, for example, and the outer shell loads the sound, howler, and just some support JavaScript if it's needed. But you got howler, that's and then my own sound API essentially to handle my music. And then inside I create an iframe where I then load the actual game, and we start at the home. So then home fits inside of there. And it goes through its checks and determines what it needs to go to next. And eventually you get to town. So of course you got, you're going to have this handles your posting and your requests coming back off of, I have one that's just on page handler exception. I didn't go clear to the middleware. I just went ahead and put one on here. This loads up for me, for example, the base information. Anytime you get a request coming in, I'm going to go grab and look for a cookie. It's a GUID. It basically says, hey, that's the ID I send you. Actually, I send you an encrypted string that saves as your cookie. When it comes back, it decrypts it and then takes a look at it and says, okay, who are you? If it finds it, you get game state. You have game state. If you don't have game state, it takes you back to the beginning of the game. You have to register, creates game state. Otherwise, you got game state. And then that happens on any kind of request coming in. Then I have things like, okay, let's take a look at, do I need HTMX? So I have like a state machine essentially with a model in Razor Page. So if you're MVC, it's not quite MVC, but the fact that your page has a model, like this is the town model, and so this data, all these public properties become part of that model, and then that's going to get passed behind to your HTMX behind it. I'm going to set the model up, and then basically for my implementation of HTMX right now has been essentially I take a look at the model state. I made decisions. I've set things up. I set variable to game data to be consumed by the Razor Page here in building out the HTMX, for example. Yep, it is HTMX. Okay. What HTMX do you need to have ran? This is kind of my own. Training. All right, let's go to training. Well, what is training? Render the partial guild stats. All right, well, partials, I split that out into partial. Why? Because this partial is good to be, you need to render the guild stats on the initial load of your page, has everything in there, and then your HTMX comes around and just modifies the components within that page. But how do you break apart those components? Now that's the puzzle. Razor pages in and of themselves just does it like out of the box. Say, oh yeah, HTMX. You could define like a function up here. Because half of it's written in HTML. The HTML parser says, hey, you got HTML that's not closed, and I'm not going to compile. So you gotta kind of talk in its language, split things out logically so that it understands it. So that's what I've done here. I've broken things out. So I made the partial, and let's say let's go to stats. So here's the stats. By default, it's passing in the game model, the town model, to this partial. I go and look at the game data, and I decide what needs to happen, and I build these things out. And this will then generate the HTML needed, and if I have to, some of the HTMX as well. Like here we go. I'm already creating a JavaScript object here because that's going to be consumed in later on an HTMX call. And here we go, HTMX. And I get, I like this. I love this JavaScript object. You can start saying, hey, I got data. I want to use JavaScript to go figure out what's on that form, and then use that as part of your sending it back. So, yeah, put that in there. So I basically modularize this. So now this will generate the initial section, but then because it's separated out into a self-contained partial here, I can then know that at HTMX just render that partial piece now. It knows how to deal with it because because in the code behind, I've set up the data. This gets called after that when it renders. All importantly, you set the layout to null. Because normally with the Razor page, you have a layout page, which then kind of builds like, okay, here's your every time you do this, you're going to refresh the entire page. You're going to build like your frame because your layout, and then it's going to render whatever Razor page you're on inside. If you ever looked in your layout files, like RPG here, render body, well, that page you're working on gets rendered right there. If I was sending this as HTMX, I didn't clear out that layout, you get all this stuff back into your HTMX. HTMX just has a conniption. Like, what do you give it? Explodes. You got a page in a page now. When you're supposed to have a drop down, you now got a page. It's sorted it in there. So yeah, you got to figure out, all right, what do I got to do? You got to, oh yeah, and there's also, on load, I'm calling the init signal R to get the signal. This is, when the page is loaded, I then initialize and get the signal R up and going too. What's nice is the HTMX, you can have that running. Signal R could be doing its thing. HTMX could do its thing. Some of the issues, I didn't quite get it to work right, and I haven't quite figured it out yet, but there was situations where I wanted JavaScript to be executed after a successful paste in from HTMX, for example. Couldn't get it to work. It just wouldn't work, and I wasn't doing it right. So, I spent some time trying to learn it, but then I moved on, figured out a different way of doing it. So, because I'm used to kind of like work on something, but don't let it stick. Don't dam up the river. Try to, unless you have to, unless you got to figure this out. But yeah, there's other ways to do stuff. Don't let perfect get in the way of, that type of thing. So anyway, I'm all over the place. Apologize. Let's see. So yeah, you can set up your HTMX response code inside of partials. And then, because of what I was doing, and it just got to be keeping track of it and trying to work with it. I could take everything that's in that partial, for example, and create a function up here that I would call and have it, make a C# function that then builds that subsection of HTML, and then call it here, and then turn down and call it here. Say I build these partials out like that. it gets very cluttery and hard to find. So by kind of putting the code to work as self-contained into these things, I can then go and say, okay, well, what does this guild stats do? Well, given this very specific game data, I could build out stats. Well, what's nice about that is, what's the same? Well, the game data is a structured system within the game. I could include guild stats in other screens now if I needed to, say, expand on the ability. If I needed to expand something. Hey, Manel, appreciate you being here. Just now noticed it got here. So yeah, HTMX is making my life easier. It's smarter. It's making it more modular. And when you start making things more modular, they become maintainable. They become easier to go and enhance, reuse. And this pattern, I've kind of gotten to this pattern because it's more reusable than the previous patterns I've been using. I saw some gurus using HTMX and Razor, and they started getting into a lot of middleware type stuff. And that works great when you're building specifically a web page to do web page things, not a game. So yeah, I hope any of that was helpful at all. I appreciate. Hopefully that was. It gives you some information there. Yeah, so there's technical things there. It's kind of fun, but then also got the game side where I got to worry about how to set up my barbarian and my ninja, and my mage and my paladin, and my spells, and what are traps. Well, at least gets my head kind of put together, type of thing. Because part of me is like, oh, I just need to make. I haven't even implemented treasure yet. Yeah, but this UI sucks. And then, well, the whole UI actually sucks. Why are you gonna fix that particular part of the UI? Like, well, it doesn't suck. Yeah, okay. So I spent time arguing with myself. Yeah, good times. Trying to get my bearing. What was I doing? I don't want this open anymore. Kind of stuff open I don't need. Hang on. Clean up aisle 6. Oops. Game. No. Oh, no problem. I certainly appreciate that. Myrotech, yeah, you have a good one. I hope to see you around sometime. I generally will try not to stream too late, but depending on time schedules, I'm not sure where people prefer the evenings. For me, it's where I'm at. It's almost 12 a.m. But if it's too late for me, then it's hard for me to do the hard work in the morning, 8 hours a day. So, but yeah, absolutely appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad to share. Hopefully, get more coherent for you. And instead of just shotgun approach here, I'm getting more into specifics. Oh, thanks. I just appreciate that shout out on X. Appreciate that very much. And responded to that. Totally unexpected. Appreciate that. Right, where am I at? All right. What was I setting out to do today? I was thinking about rewriting something. Now I'm thinking about just fixing what I had. Oh yeah, treasure. I mean, I constantly think of myself, oh, I need some treasure. I mean, it's a huge morale booster if you have treasure in the game. Well, this game's treasure. Yeah, treasure events and stuff. Oh, also, not really trying to toot horns or anything, but being a solo developer, I am borrowing. Well, not borrowing under license. Well, actually, so Kevin MacLeod supplies all the game music that you hear, as well as the stream music I'm using. Very talented musician. He's created a lot of things where he wants his music to be used in games, and gives you a CC license, copy, Creative Commons license 4.0 currently. Basically, he says you just say that music is from me and royalty free. Use as much as you want, especially making games, streams. You do have to charge like a license if you're using it as music on your phone systems, but it's really cool. So he has a whole library. I kind of started hearing in some of that. I'm like, oh, I know the ambience, and I know what I want in the game. So I started listening to all this stuff. I'm like, oh, I want that piece. I want that one. So I picked out a selection of things I think that go well with the themes. So I've put those into place. I have set up the file that says, hey, thanks, basically these are the rights and such. I think I have that also on my front page on my website, not my website, my Twitch page has it there as well. But if you are developing a game and you're looking for music, I would strongly suggest taking a look at there, as well as HIO. It has tons of resources, things like that too. So, but also, and I actually, a while back, there's this website that started, it's not started now, it's kind of been around for a while, called flat.io. It allows you to compose your own music. That's really cool. So I made a few of those, my own. So I do have a few pieces of music I've made my own. I'm a lay tuba player, so I actually play tuba. Play tuba in a small community orchestra at my church. But I play tuba, been playing tuba for a little bit, and I know a little bit about music, but I'm not a professional by any stretch of the imagination. The next thing, though, is the artwork. I think I have a little bit of latent artwork capability, but I had to spend a lot of time creating art, and so that's what I've been doing. So when I'm not coding, I'm making artwork. So that's what we're doing there. So yeah, all the monsters and such are the artwork. A lot of times that would look like, let's see if I can get that coming up. Is that still running? Oh. Take a look here. I forget the name of it. Oh, come on. Who's the guy who made this program anyway? Oh. I don't think he updated out of it. Oh. Do I have to just do that? Oh, there we go. So yeah, here's all the mobs. Here's all the pictures. Here's all the artwork. Spend time building up these things. I'll draw them out, and sometimes I'll just pull them into a sprite and do some hue shifting, so I don't have to redraw them a bunch, but give different variations. But yeah, I've been working on just different kinds of monsters like that. Essentially, the way the game ultimately works is it gives you a portrait of the monster you're fighting or the group, and then you just fight them. Static images of sorts. So, and I do on the website or on the stream, I kind of have a rolling. I kind of think I probably shouldn't do that. Some of that fun is playing the game coming up. You haven't seen it before, but but yeah, we got different types of the different kinds of humanoids. They'll have different abilities. They look different. So when you come to a level and you find one of these guys, like, oh no, these guys are bad, type of thing. We get into slimes. I got a partial eaten. Yeah, slime monster there. Ooze. We have a creepy owl. Yeah, and then if I were to, make a treasure system, it's a mimic. You got the teeth and the throat back there, so yeah, it makes it look like there's treasure. Because you got one of those, and then you got the actual treasure. So yeah, if your thief fails something, you then get an encounter. Now you got to defeat the mimic. Classic mimic. And then you got another one that's obvious. A little derpy. Also, got some underwater people. Underwater monsters. Creepy eyeball guy. Oh, actually, no, they're just full of souls. Wall breach. So yeah, it's been fun spending time coming up with these. Let's see. I started off art looking kind of like that to getting a little more complex. What's my most complex one? I don't think I have too many complexes. Is this a treasure chest, or is this going to get me again? Got an ice princess. I mean, I really don't know what to say. I mean, he's an ice giant, but, caught him unawares, as it were. Well, it's not me, but maybe. Actually, I have done this. It's kind of funny. Where is it at? Yeah, here we go. So I took a really distorted picture of myself going like, and then I kind of tinted it. So I'm actually in the game. I mean, why not? Somebody was talking on Discord about some weird bugs. I saw a picture. I'm like, oh, I gotta have this in the game. So I went ahead and Trilobite. I liked how that guy turned out. Actually, the original. This is the original. So yeah, I freehand drew that. I used to do a lot of drawing with just the mouse. I finally got a XP pen tablet with a one of these things to draw on, and my program of choice is actually MS Paint. So all artwork has been done in MS Paint. So you can use MS Paint. Don't have to have any fancy graphics. Although I hope the graphics doesn't look too jank. I've been working on them for a while. I think they're okay. I think it'll fit the game. I hope they're good, but I'm not 100% sure if it's professional. But I appreciate that. Thank you, CPP Gohan. Thank you so much for following me. Just kind of going over some artworks. Oh, we got 30. Thank you for getting me to 30 followers. It's awesome. Kind of scared with that HTMX dude putting me out there. I'm gonna be. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I wish I knew more about HTMX and was really showing it off, but I appreciate that. I mean, you can't have a game without a plague doctor. I mean, gotta have a plague doctor. We got so you could like come across different things in the game, like a puzzle or a trap, and this is a monster's kitchen per se, and you're gonna find something like this. So what's nice is that when you start making a bunch of artwork for your game, you have a lot of kind of assets. Well, you can start getting creative with some of the assets, because this is a pigman, I guess. I don't know what I call him. Yeah, pigman. So he's kind of a heavy fighter. But I thought, oh, how about a roast? So one of the monsters, the more powerful monster, uses them as food. So you run into food prep, or you might find some delicious barbecue. And what you do is you take a section of the arm. Let's say from this guy. You take that section from an arm, rotate it, add some bones to it, and make it look like it's been roasted. And then there you go. Little secrets like that. So we got the guy a little more. He's really happy to see you. He wants to. Give you to all his friends. And then sometimes these guys will get into contact with disease. So now you get to go up against a diseased. And as I was doing this one, I kind of freaked myself out, and I'm like, that's good. This is going to be kind of a what were those fungus that infects you? Cryptid? Not cryptid. Starts with CH or something. Basically, you know how fungus will affect snails, or not snails, but different kinds, like ants, cause them to crawl up to the top of the infect them, control them, and then they sprout. Perfect horror for the game. Yep. And then you get have an ecosystem. I mean, you got, these guys eat these are the cleaners. Yeah. Or, got some mushroom men with spores that causes an infection. So yeah, got the artwork. Now I just got to get the game to match. Yeah, I got some zombies going. Different kinds of zombies. Nightwalker zombie. We got our ghosts. We got now this guy's just jank. I mean, I'm trying to make a night. I'm still working on some of this stuff. I can't quite get it right, but I'm gonna keep it. So my friend saw this and goes, "Oh, that looks cool, but what's that volcano on top of his head?" You mean a feather? No, I think it's a volcano. Oh well, can't win them all. That's kind of funny. So yeah, we got some money. Oh yeah, we got different variations of this guy too. So yeah, good fun times. What else we got? Anyway, that's a lot of different things like that. Clowns. I mean, creepy clowns. Got them. Cool. So yeah, when I can't get the programming to work, I start making more monsters. At first, I wasn't sure if I'd have enough monsters. I'm trying to get enough variation. We'll see how it goes. Game dev. Could do more game playing. I did close it. Oops. There we go. Pause one save. And let's go to continue. Alright, so I got a really low level character, low level class I'm kind of working on. I have a higher level class that basically, everything's on level 1. I've been testing it, and I really got to start building out the monsters and such. I hit that critical mass. I kind of like. I was a little more planned. I could get things done, but now it's like so much. Oh, we could do that. I could do that. You could do that. Before it's like you don't have the functionality to do anything, but now you have enough functionality to get you to doom yourself. Alright, let's go back in. Wait, these guys have full health. Yes, they do. Okay. Here we go. So what I have is I have a perspective of a room, a 3x5 section of rooms. And then art would represent, the up. You're partially in the room here when you as your view. So your most outer, you're a third into it from that standpoint. Well, you're at the edge practically. Yeah, and you go down the hall, going into the picture, going in. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have 5 rooms. And then it's this wall, this wall, this wall, this wall, and then the back wall. So I have basically an array of images that has each section drawn out from the smallest. And since it's a 3x5, I got 3 walls in the back. So you have 3 walls. And then the walls become closer and closer as you go, which would look like this. If I don't get attacked. I'm about to get attacked. Anyway, the doors and walls. And so what I do is I look at the maze that you're in, figure out all the rooms that you're going to see, and then I give a draw order. I draw request images to represent left to right, back to front. So that's what it draws. It draws the walls. Then it draws the 2 side images from back to front. And that finishes your perspective, because it's drawn that way. The things closer to you is going to block. Yep, it's pre-rendered, so everything's. So I'm not a game engine and such. So yeah, everything is all. I chopped up all the possible renders for doors and walls, and then obviously you can leave a door out to make it a hole. Make it an archway. I can also add archways and stuff like that, which I think I will add a little bit later. And then it gives the illusion of a 3D. Like that. At some point I'll have a sound effect and hit the door type, as you go through the door. So I'm in the door. And I could turn around backward. So I'm in a front and back room. I go back and I'm back down the hallway. If I go into this room, I'm going to run into a level 18 monster. I'm a level 1 average group. That's my test room. I'm not doing that, so. Encounter. So part of the coding, you have Howler that does the music. Then I make a JavaScript API, or basically a JavaScript program that supplies a bunch of functions. It essentially gives me the way to queue up what to play, and then Howler gives you like events saying it's loaded or it's unloaded. I can then tell Howler, I want you to fade this out. Take take 3 seconds to fade out. Go from this volume level to this volume level, and then it'll call a callback function. When it's done doing that, it tells me, okay, I've completed that, and then I will then go through the stack of music that I wanted to play next. I tell it, okay, now cue this one and bring it up from 0 up. So then that's why transitions. Then I can have a nice transition music as not jarring starts music. So you could have like your main course music dim down, and then you could fade out, and then you can have fade in. So I had to kind of build that into it, and then kind of standardize it for the program, for the code base, so that this is how I use the music. If you get too pushy with the buttons on the website, and you before it can actually finish its cycle, it will skip what it's supposed to play and keep playing something. But it corrects itself as soon as you get into another event that has a different music theme. It'll fix itself. Or you can hit stop and start on the music sounds button. So there's a logic gap there. Probably need to detect. I need to lock out the system a little bit, so that if you get a request too quickly, it ignores it or properly queues it and handles that. But anyway, that's just some technical information that no one's asked for. So yeah, now we got some yellow slimes. So I'm going to assign everyone. So as I evolved this, I've had about 15 different designs on how the screen looks. So at some point I'll get to one. Yeah, you could have multiple groups in here. So right now it's just one group, so you have a sorted by one group. But you can instead of having to pick everybody at once, I just say assign everyone. So this is basically saying of your party who's attacking this yellow slime. If I click on him, I'm selecting him, but I only have one. Appreciate that. If you hover over it, it'll give you the names of who they are. So as a website user, you probably know you can hover over stuff, but somebody who plays like console games comes to this and goes, well, how do you play this? Well, yeah, let's fight. All right, let's start with abilities. All right, so green is the people who have abilities, and red or don't have any ability. The ability function. So this is my thief. This is a cheat. I need to see the statuses of my mobs. So this little information here does not show up normally. I might have a spell that allows that happen. I don't know, but right now that's for me. Right now I have shadow attack. A thief has a shadow attack. What does that mean? It gives them the ability at the beginning of the round to meld into shadows. And from doing that, they become nearly impossible to be. Well, first of all, it reduces greatly even the chance of being picked, because the mobs can't see them unless the mob's made to see them. And you get to find out who those are. Otherwise, you're hidden. Now, and the chance, now this is all random, controlled random, but a monster still has the ability to target. And if they do target you and attempt to attack you, then essentially the game goes, oh, you've been found. So it'll knock you out of shadow attack, attack from the shadows. Normally, the first round you apply it, you attack in the shadows, and you stay in the shadows until the end of the next round. So you get basically 2 rounds of attacks of basically just going ham. So that's what we want. We want him to do that. Fighters have the ability to do a feint, which basically says, hey, attack me, don't attack anybody else. It gives you a real high number. So if you have a lot of hit points and you want to be tanky and you're trying to save your party, you do that. Well, these guys aren't ready for that. So I'm not going to have them do that. So I'll click fight. I'll click on, there we go, fighter. Now we have spells. So if I click on spell, this is my cleric. I'm going to give myself armor. That affects everybody. So the armor only affects the caster, and you got to heal, hold, different effects. So let's do armor. And then I'll have him do some sleep. So he'll do sleep. He has 2 sleeps. And I'll just have the other mage fight. So I do have a place in the game where there's a little more of a text tutorial. It does say basically you have your characters front row, back row, 1 through 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your melee, and this is your ranged magic casters, but you could be in any order you want. Anybody can attack if they want to. Because the mage is fighting, it uses a melee weapon. He's going to be actually considered a melee attacker because he's running in and attacking with this dagger. He thinks he's really good at using a dagger, but he's going to try. So he's running in there. So because he did that, he's going to be kind of treated like less than a fighter. But normally they don't attack the back unless you have some sort of mob that likes to just lob things into the back. Then that's who they attack. So yeah, order is kind of important in this game. So I'm going to hit battle. There we go. Finally, fight. Goot. Oh no. So the game is kind of roguelike. The game is kind of designed to be harsh on you, and you'll learn by death. So, even so, I've kind of yikes. These guys are out of balance. Alright, so what happened? Well, one of these slimes has electrified tendrils, which does a little more damage. And it happened to basically roll the highest number it could without being a crit. One of them struck Violet for 8 points of damage, and another one struck Violet for 4 points of damage, which has exceeded the maximum health of the fighter. And the fighter has received mortal wounds right out of the gate. Just started their career. And then a slime, unfortunately, has critically hit twice Ike for 13 and killed Ike too. Clark, being very, very slow on the uptake, finally casts armor. And my wizard finally casts sleep after they've done all the damage to us. Now, because it's electrified tendril, it gives you a condition. Corrosion, for example, or electricity. Basically, this is a damage over time. Each round, it does more damage to you. So, I immediately have 2 dead slimes. Yeah. What spell do you have? It's gonna be worth anything. Well, I should run, honestly. But we're gonna. Oh, it looks like Pickle Rick got electrocuted again for 4 damage. Oh, Pickle Rick is dead too. Dang it. Oh, these slimes are awful. At this point, it's like, you know, you're at the gambling hall and you're losing. And you just want to keep going anyway. You just, you know, might as well just keep going. What kind of spell does this guy have that's going to be worth anything? How about some lesser heal? Everyone's been not touched at all. Oh my gosh. How about we cast a minor curse against them? And my other... He's out of spell points. That's not good. Fight. I guess fight. Cross your fingers. Well, everyone who's sleeping is also getting cursed, apparently. Well, these slimes suck. Or attempting to flee. So cursed effects. There is a level to the. So there's a level to the spell effect, and they will renew. They won't stack, but they'll renew. So if it's the same level, it'll just replenish it, last longer. If it's a higher level, it replaces it, and if it's a lower level, it also just renews it, but it doesn't make it less. Yep. And what Curse does is basically gives them -1 to their attacks. Bless gives us +1 to our attacks and saves. And Armor gives us all +1s to our armor. But I'm going to attempt to run away. Let's see if we can run away with slimes. Well, Clark is dead now. Well. Run away! No! Well. Congratulations. My entire party's been wiped out. This game sucks 0 to 10. Death music. For several weeks, the doomed went missing, and a search party was called. The remains were found and brought back to the guild's private mausoleum. The party's charter treasury will be invested for a brighter tomorrow. So, I was thinking about working on... I originally was going to rebuild the encounter webpage. But maybe I should implement treasure. Alright, so when your party dies, you don't have a party available because you have a party name, but you don't have any you don't have any parties left. I think I fixed it so I can. Yep, it used to be I couldn't go in here. So this is the how you get your characters back. Mortality strikes and the adventurers may no longer be among the living. CCSE, which is the Celestial Heroes and Soul Imperium. CCSE can be of service during this great time of need. Opening a patronage account with us and supporting the local chapter will give you a knowing peace that the clerics stand by to bring the fallen back from the brink. Nothing like a little commercialization. And cleansing, purifying, and aliving. The small print is, expired party members may decline not to return to this mortal realm, or their condition may be too grave for life services. CCSE cannot be held responsible for accidental chimera creations, zombification, or disintegration of fallen friends. All services are paid up front, no refunds. Yes. All right. So right now, it doesn't cost anything because I need to really reduce the cost of this stuff because that's like astronomical with the certain skills I'm using. But yeah, I'm going to add to the coffers here by hitting the button because I'm cheating. All right, let's pick Violet, resurrect. Violet has gotten back. Good. Let's get Ike. Let's get Ike back. Ike did not answer the call. So let's try Ike again. Okay, he's back. Let's try for Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick is back. Let's go for Old Man. Old Man is back. Let's go for the Clark. Clark is back. Good. Alright, go for Goot, or Thug. And he is back. Perfect. Then we go back to the guild hall. Go to the guild roster. And we recruit our guys back into the party. And there we go. So then we go back to Treptera and do the boar's snout. And let's... Oh yeah, food and drink. So you can pick... So this bouncing around. HTMX needs to come to the rescue to stop that from happening. So let's have all the Violet, Pickle Rick, and Oot. Have them eat hearty roasted animal flesh. And then we'll have mages. Oh, this is annoying. Have some spicy salamander curry. There we go. Food does nothing. But what food will do is it'll give you some hidden boons. Certain kinds of food will give you abilities, for a while in the maze. It's one of those eat it and try it type of things. I'll have things, NPCs that give you like clues to that. So there'll be a lot of, I don't get too much of just try things and figure things out, but also don't want to say everything on the wall about how that's going to work. But rest and recovery, different times. Oh yeah, anytime in this game, if you were to click the question mark, it does describe, a lot of help. It describes what things are doing. And it kind of just gives a description about what each of these types of resting capabilities are. At some point, I will implement certain conditions that in order to get them removed does require rest at a certain level. So you might have to rest for a month in order to get recovered, type of thing. Right. It's a little excessive, but we rested for a week and we got everything back. All right, there we go. So next thing we go to the guild hall, and these people are out of order. So all you got to do is click, and what they do is you can move positions. So if I click on Clark and click on Ike, they'll swap positions, and then everyone moves down like that. And then so Adventurers Guidance and Success Center basically sits and describes what the characters are, what they can do, what's important, like strength, dexterity, what weapons, armor, abilities. You have your iconic roles, which are your 4 basic: fighter, cleric, mage, and thief. And then you get into the advanced roles, which so you ask like what features I should fix today. I should actually get all these advanced roles working, but get wizard, sage, minstrels, ninjas, paladins, and wilders. So these are a little bit more powerful characters. Either you pay gold to have the prospects come in, or you get rewarded with them. But eventually you can have them come in and party with you too. It's not so much that you would not use a mage or a fighter. It's just that there's different parts in the maze that certain classes might have a little bit better advantage and things like that. I got to kind of work out that balance a little bit. All right. So yeah, in the welcome center, basically it describes the game a little bit. Little backstory. So. Right. Cool. Stop music. Let's go back to. Back to the scary music. Let's see what else. Oop. Hello, Josh Manders. Thank you for joining the Guildmaster's Career Center of Excellence. Appreciate it. Yeah, yep, I am. Gotta check my socials to make sure they're not too doxing, but yeah, I am. I live in good old state of Iowa. Appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, this is basically a web service game. It's a game that's going to be, it's being built as a web app. Oh, awesome. Certainly. School or for work or just getting out of town? Don't mind me asking. The essentially the game is played by using a. There you go. I tried and I'm still stuck here. This winter is gonna be harsh. But anyways, you play using the browser. That's just the form of. Oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. I've been through there several times. Even we had our bed and breakfast there one time for our anniversary. It used to be a really good barbecue place there. And, yeah. But, yeah, I understand that. Yep, definitely. Oh, absolutely. Appreciate that. Let's see here. So yeah, the game is, I'm using ASP.NET Core, web page. Essentially, it's C#. The game is a library. Let's stop on this. Move some things around. So like this maze lib, that's the the game's here inside this maze lib, and then to organize the inputs and such is the web, it's the web pages. That helps with the game flow. Are you visiting the town? Are you doing these different things? It gives you menus to choose from. And then game state is ran through the system there. So if you're in a battle, then every time you go to the website, once it loads you up, it's going to go, yeah, you're still in battle. You finished the battle or die, like I just did. My level 1 party stepped out and immediately bit the dust. They weren't really weak, but there's balance issues in the game, and hey, that's just how it happens sometimes. Oops. But yeah. So I don't know if you ever played Wizardry. It's kind of an old grandfather type game for the computer RPGs. You might feel like, oh, this kind of feels like a little bit of wizardry. It's because I really like playing wizardry and enjoyed that game system. And so this is kind of similar in that feel, but it's not, it's not it. But of course we could say many CRPGs are built around the fact of wizardry. It was like one of the first games that came out in that format, so it was kind of the grandfather of those. And the old point and click type adventures, it's retro style. That's why I've been kind of going with the green motif, because back at your computers back then are, monotone monitors and such. So I do have some color mixed in, but that's the kind of impetus. I wasn't have everything completely green, and I realized can't have everything completely green. So, but yeah, that's kind of the thing there. So yeah, it's a plethora of technologies, different stacks. Yeah, but HTMX. I am using. Excuse me. Streamer down. Yeah. Yeah, HTMX is used to make my life simpler. A lot of ways. Because I don't have to redraw the page all the time. I was using pure JavaScript and some Signal R. So Signal R would connect, and I could then send information back directly to the client and then have it take the data that I'm sending and redraw parts of it. And I got to thinking, you got Razor pages. It's designed to draw. Why can't I use them? How can I use them? And then it kind of got turned toward HTMX. I'm like, I really like this. Real simple. It's not like everything. It's not the end all be all. But one aspect, I did not want to write it in React. For this application, React would be way too much. Although it might have made some things more simple in the long run. But then I'd have to end up doing a lot of extra writing just to deal with the way React does this stuff, and didn't want to go that. So decisions were made, whether they're bad or good. Essentially, just taking what I know and trying to make it work together so that the delivery is the website, mainly because I'm primarily a desktop application developer. I have been. Since then I've been moved on to like Applicate web apps. But, the old Windows Forms type applications. But when you make those type of things, kind of old tech. And I probably should have done it that way. Because the game really is static images and such, and it probably would fit there just fine. I've also come across MonoGame, which is basically your graphics side of a game engine, but it's all code based, so it totally can allow you to completely build out your own engine as much or little as you want, but it also comes at a cost. There's nothing made for you. Or you got your game engines like Unity and things like that, which do have C++, which I'm not really into. I haven't used that in a long time. C# is more of dominant now. Godot, but just recently, Godot is only recently made like C# more of its almost a first class, capability. So yeah, it's been kind of a fun ride. At some point, am I gonna have this in Steam? I don't know. We'll see. So right now it's basically web-based. And so I have to, at times, sit and work on the website because no game involved. It's just getting the web to work. And then other times it's trying to work out the other things. Treasure. I do have a stub for treasure. That's going to be in the Explorer page. Oops, too far. Wait a minute. What did I close down too much? Why did I put them at the bottom? Okay. Here's the viewport. Sorry, just take a look at something here. Cool. All right. As I stare at the screen here, I'm reviewing in my head the game flow states. What are the game flow states, you might ask? Well, in the game, somewhere. I have enumerations. Some of these aren't used, but that's okay. So I put these in order of import. Well, I group them together in order. And then, as long as I don't change the order, one of the bane of doing something like this, and say you use JavaScript. JavaScript? How about JSON? Or any other kind of serialization. And being an enumeration. You add an enumeration, you change the number, and now everything gets shifted in your save file. And suddenly, bad things happen. People no longer have spells. You now have a pitchfork instead of a sword. Yeah. But anyway, we'll not worry about those type of things. But we do have things like, start with an encounter, encounter start round. So as the page is rendered, I change the state to the next state. As they make choices and come back, I can then determine what you're doing, and I do a loop, a state engine, essentially. And like an encounter, it basically goes through, starts the encounter, it does the battle, does the information. First of all, it's a part of the encounter where you are needing to pick what your characters are doing. As you click on things, that's setting the decisions on each of all your characters. And then when you hit battle, that starts the round. It then goes in the round. The state engine then goes, okay, now you do battle. It runs to the combat, creates all of the logs, and then changes the state to end round. Prints out the data. Does some detections on at that point as your party wiped out. Then if they are, we have to go to a different place. Otherwise, we can rinse and repeat until you defeat the monsters. And once you defeat the monsters, it's now end of round. It's now for time for treasure. You have treasure. And so on the treasure stage, then, since I don't actually do treasure, I then also award your XP and gold that you get from the battle. So now I have an entry point as to what the treasure is. So now I gotta sit back and kind of think. Okay, so how do we represent treasure? Which means I need to come up with some class records and come up with things that's going to define what is treasure. Well, hello, Indifferent Ghost. I appreciate you joining the Guildmaster Career Center of Excellence. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Basically, I'm developing a game, dungeon crawl RPG. 32. Suddenly I've gained an awesomeness. That's kind of cool. Certainly appreciate that. Slowly getting some critical mass. It is pretty insane. Yep, it's I want to make a game, and I don't want to make it a desktop application. So I know how to make websites and API backgrounds and backends, and so let's just build a website. That's a game, and then how do you make the game a website? That's not a website, but it's a game. So you start getting into all kinds of interesting twists and turns. And I get to learn things like HTMX and a lot more JavaScript than I ever wanted. And, I know, excuse me. I'm lacking, pardon me. I saw that. That was really awesome. I was surprised. Absolutely. It's crazy. I have to say, I'm not a HTMX guru, so I just figured out how to make it work, and it's probably not what you're supposed to do, but hey, it works. What does that look like? I could maybe show you real quick, if you don't mind. With Razor Pages, you essentially have your front end and your back end, your code, so it all gets compiled, and such, and so a request comes in. Your C# side of the code is going to do a lot of decision making, create state with the model, and then it renders the page. Well, then inside the page you can say, hey, yeah, I want to hook up to that model, and then I want to use that information and render dynamically your HTML. Well, you can also insert into that HTMX. So your main page, you on your layout for Razor Page, you have your layouts. You're going to set up, the JavaScript, the HTMX libraries, and all the other things you need. Also, it's going to set up your main page. Then as HTMX fires, I'm having it call back into that same page handler and then determine how to render some more HTMX snippets so that HTMX can take hold of that and replace like HTMX does. Well, you can make that work, but obviously when you start doing stuff within Razor Pages and such, it's not inherently built well to do that. Or I'm lazy and don't like having to retype HTML like inside of where code's supposed to be. Like, if I'm inside of code, I have to create a string variable to create all the and send that out. Or I could just call the page. But when, say, hey, page render. Well, if I do that, it's going to act like a page. So how do I get the page to render so that HTMX likes it? Well, you got to signal back and forth. So I have a model. I'm going to hold on information like, hey, yes, your HTMX is HTMX. You know what? I picked the wrong thing. Of course I did. Let's go with town. That most assuredly has what I want. Okay. So you have, HTMX data is HTMX, for example. Well, then in your page code, the first thing you do is like, well, all right, does my model say I'm needing an HTMX request? Yes, you are. So I'm going to do a partial. Well, I just recently started doing this too. But I'm going to render that partial. Well, inside that partial, it's going to take that model data and then create that, what it's going to need to be replaced. That's that whole module, that whole section of contain HTML. And of course, then I'm also resetting up the HTMX again, which is I'm using these variables. And there we are. We're setting up HTMX to be set up again. So then when you render it, the pattern is this. In your page, picked the wrong one. Sorry. There we go. Yep, it's HTMX. That means pick what HTMX needs to happen. Do it. Set the layout to null because you don't want all that extra stuff. You just want the pure HTMX that's been generated put into the pipeline from the previous calls up here. And that returns. So then when you call the page, so that way inside of here, when you say call back and there you go, create on demand, and I say post HTMX because that's what's going to be coming back. So it's basically this is the name that it's on the URL that comes back in here. I do my thing, set it to true, set the information that I need to on demand option needs to have, and then that gets passed to the processor inside the page. So all my HTML stays in the pages, and that's yeah. So it allows me to. Now I've seen other gurus do HTMX into ASP.core, and really, if you want to be efficient and less overhead like I am here, you would start bypassing all this and start creating middleware. But I'm not trying to make a super efficient web application. I'm trying to make a game. So all this behaves like a web page because it is a web page, and it's okay. I would trade up different kinds of patterns of implementation that makes less sense when I have to constantly cross the boundary of C# code, HTML, JavaScript, and things like, you start doing these things. And, one thing to make HTMX look really well is just for me to render, all class objects that render into the output stream HTMX and have it all pure C#. But then I don't have that nice HTML layout I'm trying to work with. Yeah, the middleware would make certain things disappear, but then you'd have to then compensate. But then I don't get the nice. I want to think in HTML. I get to do that here. But if I'm behind some code abstraction inside the middleware, you're not going to see this. And I certainly don't want to set up a double quote. I don't want to set up a double quote and start creating a string value of all this HTML data. I mean, I made programs that are, I made code that writes code, and that's no fun if I don't have to do it. So how much is a save, using a middleware and stuff? Well, if I was like, this is an enterprise application, I'm trying to assembly line this stuff or trying to, make a baseline of it, then yeah, no. I would definitely do a different system. But so each solution has its own, and I'm a one-man show, so I don't have any peers looking over me saying, "Hey, that's stupid." So that's a good thing, right? And it's a hobby too. I mean, yes. So for me, I am, my day job is actual software developer. But I get to work on different things for different reasons, and so you have a whole different, I have a whole different solution set. And then I get to come home and, as a hobby, programming has been my hobby and passion too. So I've been kind of cursed and blessed at the same time. I really like, yeah. Well, I hope my code's easy to read. HTMX is kind of easy to read too, but yeah. So yeah. And even some of this stuff makes it kind of hard to figure out what's going on. So by starting to put, like, here's an example. Since I converted this code into a partial that is using some of this state for HTMX. Yeah, yep. Now what's nice is also, enterprise development, I'm kind of stuck in a specific pattern of you work with this stuff. You don't necessarily, it's not, I'm not hopping jobs every 2 years. I'm a solid, long as I can be at a particular place. So different work paradigm, but you're not stuck to those type of things. Thank you. T. Nordgarden, thank you so much for joining the Guildmaster Career Center of Excellence. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just kind of going over a little bit of the code. Secret was out, I guess. I do, in fact, do a little HTMX. But it's not the whole thing I do. I was just kind of discussing a little bit about, the reason why I'm doing it and setting the things up. Essentially, HTMX is helping me do this, and I've come up with my own way to kind of make a pattern that I'm making use of. So since it's Razor Pages in HTMX, I'm kind of taking advantage of the fact it's a Razor page and abstracting enough so that the HTMX works without getting in the way of each other. I think I finally got a good balance, because it really doesn't. There's times where, like, okay, so what you do is you create your HTML and you create your page, right? And this section in that page, you have the div and you have the thing where you want things to be repeated, or that's what you want replaced. Well, hey, Calm. Nope, that's perfectly fine. You have a good work. Oh, absolutely. Appreciate that. Hope to see you on the flip side again when I stream. I try to get a little more consistent. Maybe not as late, but I'm trying to figure out who are my viewers too. So maybe I have to be later. I'm not sure yet. But generally, I stream from 8 to 12. That's now 1. I'll probably go to 2, unfortunately, but that's okay. All right, Calm. You have a good one. But yeah, so I was just kind of talking a little bit about, technically, yes, if you use middleware and things like that, you can get a lot more efficient in handling some HTMX. But for my purposes, I'd be abstracting out too much. I would be going too deep. I mean, like anything, once you become really acquainted with the process, then it doesn't seem deep because you're so immersed into doing it that way. And I saw someone who's doing it like, oh, I really like that, but man, I'm not ready to do that yet. But we are ready to make it work. So yeah, now the pattern is basically you have, you got part of your page you want to repeat. So first thing you end up doing is you take a whole copy of what you did at one place. And then wherever you handle HTMX, you make a copy of it again. When I got code in 2 different places, and if I need to make a change, I got to remember where it's at. How do I modularize this? Well, let's use partials. Okay. And then for partials, I got to pass state around. Okay. When you do HTMX, for example, right now, a lot of times I'm in some sort of state machine or I'm in some sort of loop, and I got a variable coming in, and it's, doing a repeated building of divs, with that data. So then I have to figure out, well, how do you wrap that around a function and send in parameters? And then I got to send those parameters in on the initial page build, but then you have to send those parameters when you do the HTMX. Well, Razor Pages have that model, so there's that data that you're gonna have to create some data, some modeling of that data to hold that state for you to help render that. That helps. So then you gotta get smart with, like, okay, I'm gonna come up with a pattern and maintain that, keep that type of pattern. That's what I do. Essentially, Razor Pages for me works basically, but this is what I end up doing. I detect that I'm doing HTMX. And when I'll start calling partials. Now here, this is the older way. I've created a function up here. And I pass in a character object. So later on, I have a character name edit. When I first create the page in the standard HTML, I'll have to call this function to render that. But then turn around in HTMX, I render that. At some point, I will convert this into a page partial. So it's a standalone partial. As long as you send in the model, it will render that. So yeah, that's kind of that's the kind of a pattern I'm going toward. So yeah, it looks at HTMX. Take a look at the model. Tells me what HTMX function, as it were, to go do, because I've already set up the model data, and I hand it off to the appropriate partial. Inside the partial, it handles the building of what it needs to build. And then importantly, to make this work with Razor, it does not. It sets the wrong place. It sets the layout to null, which is very important. If you don't set the layout to null, Razor pages will end up trying to do a lot of different things. You know, it'll try to render the whole page inside that div, wherever it may be, fail. So yeah, that's the basically what I'm doing when I need to use HTMX, and also other places. I won't necessarily always need to use partials. I mean, if it's just a function, I'll end up building the function on the page. Like as you click a down arrow on a number input, every time you push it, I want to go and immediately send data to the state, back at the server, and then HTMX it back. Any kind of side effects I need to show, any icon changes or things like that. So while we're here, I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you had a chance to see the game. I can kind of show the game again a little bit if you'd like. Essentially, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let's get that shown. So the game is a dungeon crawl RPG. The whole basic premise of the game is go into a maze, fight monsters, get more power, more strength, fight stronger monsters, do some puzzles, and do a little bit of storyline. But it's the battle, the old retro type of stuff. So, yep, you go at the beginning. I got my website down at the moment. I got to get going, but it's Treptera CMHgames.com. I should probably type that. Well, HTTPS, of course. Now, it's not running at the moment, but I'll get that going. What it does is it will request to send a long age cookie token. It's a session cookie. It's essentially a GUID that represents your data record for the game. And as long as your browser maintains that, you have access to your game. If it loses it, you start your entire career over because it doesn't know who you are. You also have a way to capture and bookmark with an encrypted, that key encrypted. So basically, if you have the link, you get to play the game type of thing. I don't have any kind of OAuth or anything set up like that yet. And that's the only cookie it stores. So anyway, yeah, you start off, you continue. So over the right, I kind of have it this is set up to be basically ran on a mobile phone, hopefully in portrait mode. And so everything, that's why it's down the middle, but on the phone it should fit without too much scrolling, being a website on the phone. Yep, so you get your main screen, you're in town, you get to go, and you can go through and read, all the history, the different histories and such if you want to. You hit question marks to see what things do. You have basically your information center. You can reorder, see your stats, understand about, the basics of the game and such. But yeah, go in here, you go to the guild hall. And then this is where you're the guild master, and you get to create I'll probably need to put some limit to it, multiple parties, and then you could get a hold of multiple characters. So for example, if you want to go to Adventure Seeking Fame, right now for test purposes you hit fighter. So this is some of the HTMX that's in place. So then especially here's your fighter, your strength and your arm, heart is what important. So if you hit train, So this is HTMX refreshing this. So you go through and you re-roll, try to get some good numbers. Anything above 10 is good, anything below 10 is not so good, unless you want to play challenge, that's fine. And you hit train. Every time you train, it reduces the luck stat, because if you're trying to really fine-tune your character ability, why you need luck. So if you just take it as it is, you have a high luck. So it's kind of a balancing. But yeah, you just start off with a character and you build up your characters. You add them to, you recruit them, that goes into your roster. You can create a party. You basically then add up to 6. Well, you should not up to, you should add all 6. Pick 6 of your characters. Different characters can do different things, so pick your strategy, essentially. Yep, and you can go into the Boar Snout, where you can go get, that's where you heal up. You can get food for bonuses, and you can get some quests and such. Now, okay, and then so you'll go to Bart's Metalworks. This is where you get, go in, pick a character, go buy some weapons that they're allowed if you have the gold to do so. And then for your magic casters, magic users, you go into a place to get your spell tomes, and also a chance to learn your spells or master them, because you might learn a spell but can't use it until you master it. Basically, you failed learning, so you have to try to learn again. Anyway, you get your spells and such, your abilities for your spellcasters. And then you can go to, finally, the Gnarled Root, which can give you your potions. There are all kinds of magical items here. And I got a lot of different theme music for every different place. Essentially, this is the place you go to get your people back if they die, with a chance of them never returning. A little roguelike in that way. Alright, so basically you go into the dungeons. So you have like a mock 3D view of your dungeon. You click on the sides to rotate 190 degrees through the maze. If you have a ladder, this will light up, allow you to go to town. I have a special go to town at any time because it's testing for dev purposes. But generally, some of the thing is that you get out into the, well, I'm getting attacked right away, so it's good. All right, we got 2 slimes. So I'm going to attack everyone. Now, so this screen, I'm in the process of putting more HTMX in, and you can tell it doesn't have HTMX because of the behavior that I hate. You're going to see real quick all the up and down jittering. So everyone's going to set to fight. I'm going to click on a spell. Red can't cast spells, green can cast a spell of sorts. So I'll grab one, I'll pick a spell, sleep, I'll go to battle. So everyone's fighting, he's going to cast a spell. Yeah, very old school. You do your battle, and you get the old log. You could adjust the speed of the log, or you could hit finish. It just zaps through, and then you can go scroll and read through all of it. Did anybody die? No one died. Okay. All right. So looks like a fiery tendril hit Ulrich. And now he's going to keep burning for a couple rounds. All right. We got one out of 2 left, which that guy's sleeping. It's incapacitated. So we could just hit fight. Make sure I click on it. And just click, make sure everyone's fighting. Fight. You could have parry. You can use an item. If you have an item, you could run away. I'm not guaranteed to win, but you could try to run away. Or an ability. For example, if I hit an ability, fighters can feint. Allows them to draw the monsters to them instead of your vulnerable mage. Or you can have your thief. Actually, I'm going to hit fight. Go back to there. We go. Ability to your thief here. He could go into shadow attack, which is basically attack from the shadows. Yeah, so you have abilities. Abilities activate at the beginning of the round, and depending on what the ability is, last through a couple rounds and have different side effects and things like that. What I need to implement is monsters having the same effect on you, which is nasty. So Goot just disappears, and then because of his dex, he's able to attack for 14, and this time it's just 3 for vital. That's not too bad for a first level character. everyone's dead. All they can do is party. Harry, sorry. And yeah, you've gotten gold. So you get experience in gold. That's divvied up. You get ready. So yeah, you get to... it's playing death music and not supposed to, so I have a slight state problem. There we go. There we go. Now that death music, what's nice is that if you do have a party member die, I think I have an initialization problem. I shouldn't have played that. Actually, no, I think it's because I had a previous party die. Anyway, once I get that working, the death music only occurs when you have someone die, and then you get different music when you successfully run away. So it's ambient music kind of builds into this. I've been working on this for 2 years. I started, always been wanting to make a game since playing these things on Apple II GS. And I just never really made a particular game like this before. I had this thing all drawn out in high school. I'm trying to date myself, but I ran out of memory space on the Apple after I got all the graphics into it. Way back. So it's been, cobbler, why don't you have shoes? I finally I do a lot of different things. I do a lot of Minecraft stuff and different things like that, but I was like, I'm going to sit down and actually make a game. So I started building this out and thought, well, how am I going to build it out? 16K RAM, or, I had I think I had, 16K. Oh man, your graphics had been in bitmaps basically, just, 2 colors. You only had 2 bits. Or 4 bits if you're lucky. But yeah, it was quite wild. But so yeah, just 2 years I've been working on the game portion of it, also the website portion of it, and just kind of going through. I'm doing everything. I outsourced the music by finding Kevin MacLeod on Infotech. It's on my Twitch page. His information. If you're making games and need some music, awesome place to go get some music. It's a Creative Commons license. Give him credit, which I absolutely would want to. Royalty free. He makes a lot of this stuff for people who make games and stream. It's awesome. That's why you want. So that's my music. Sound effects. I'll make sound effects myself. But all the artwork, I just sit and also do all the artwork myself. So you code and then you have to do artwork. Yep, he does. Yep. What's funny is because I use his music, and then then Twitch keeps telling me, yep. And then Twitch keeps telling me, oh, you're using copyrighted music. I'm like, no, I'm not. And I go to the YouTube site and someone's using his music. Like, it's not your music, it's his music. I'm using it right. So I got to tell him, no, it's not that music. It's fun. But yeah, yep. Some good music. So, and I do all the artwork. And I'm getting a little better at it. And then, so I got a lot of programmer art in this thing. And, it's very old school. I hope, if you like the old school stuff, hope it's enjoyable. Technically, it's not multiplayer, but multiple people can play it on the server at the same time. I appreciate that. I don't know. I mean, you just, gotta have a drive. So, this project is, as much as learning making better website, web code, things like that. Way back, I used to run a bulletin board service, and I made door games, and I had to make serial communications using ASCII. So this has come a long way since then. So yeah, it's been fun to make. Plus I'm got the game engine, the rules, how to make the rules fun, make the game fun. But like I said, it is old school type, and it's a niche. Not everyone has that type of, it's, if you like that kind of game, that's good. But, it's pretty simple to play. It's not going to be as simple as the NES versions of these type of things, but it's going to be very similar. Yep. But not a lot of, click puzzles. I mean, if I were to end up writing this into another game engine, yeah, maybe you could add some of those things to it. But I like the simplisticness of it. So, yeah, it was a quick run through. I mean, there's a lot of nuances and stuff into this that hopefully you get to catch over some time. But yeah, I mean, there's it's turn-based, as in, oh no, I didn't pay attention to my character. I didn't pay attention to poor Pickle Rick. Do the old inspection here. Yeah, Pickle Rick was under the effects of Scorch. He was burned. He had 1 hit point left, and I moved 1 spot forward without healing him. More than capable of healing him, but no, we let Pickle Rick die. How could we? Yep, so his status is toast. You also could do camping. When you do camping, click on rest, click on guard, you pick guard. Yep, there you go. Yes, it is much better than telling the person. You gotta just find out what happened. So yeah, camping works by basically you pick who guards and then who rests, and then when you hit ready, you sleep. Pickle Rick was not affected by camp rest. That's because he's resting eternally, so he can't, yeah. So yeah, you could do that, and then looks like we actually don't need a camp at all, apparently. So yeah, and then you can break camp. Now the thing is every time you camp, every round you camp, there's a chance of getting ambushed. And if you get ambushed while sleeping, it's really bad. It'll be forgiving a little bit for a first level, but if you're sleeping on the lower levels, they'll probably off one of your characters immediately. So don't do that. Or I don't want to make it to the you never do it as a strategy in the game, but you gotta think about it. It's like, oh, maybe I should have some people. Maybe I have some spells cast before I do things like that. So yeah, there's things like that. So you basically heal, you get a portion of your health and mana back, but not as much as you would if you were to just go back to town and sleep. That's kind of a stopgap thing. And then break camp. Technically, I wouldn't have this town recall here. So part of the game is, well, I'm stuck in this dungeon now. I got a dead person with me. Can I get back to home? And you got to remember what the home is. So some of the game is that remember where it's at. Now, technically, I could have like a spell that shows you where you've been, and I can work on something like that. But that's just some game ideas. But yeah. So you go to town. We go to the Celestial Curios Soul Emporium. We got to bring back our comrade here. All right, so we click on fighter. Pickle Rick is dead, and you can resurrect him. So that's what you try. Oh, it worked. Thank goodness. There is a chance, according to expired party members, may decide not to return to this mortal realm, or their condition may be too grave for life services. CCSE cannot be held responsible for accidental chimera creations, zombification, or disintegration of fallen friends. All services paid up front, no refunds. I do probably need to put in there like a 1 in 1,000 chance that Pickle Rick or whoever it might be does in fact come back as a zombie, and now you're in battle. That'd be nasty. But I mean, why not? So yeah. So basically you go back and get them rezzed. There's a chance that they won't be rezzed and forever lost. Low, but and then you go back to the guild. And you go find them. And bring them back into the guild. Yep. Or the party. So you can have multiple parties. So the idea of the game is for you to have multiple parties, kind of leveling them up and moving characters around. I'll probably have some sort of auto leveling capability once a certain level of balance is achieved within your gameplay, because I don't want people just going in and, you know, auto leveling, bringing in level 5 characters. But, you know, also don't want it super tedious of doing that. So I gotta find the balance. So that's the game design part of game making comes into play, which I'm also lacking in. I'm not a professional game maker, but yeah, you set that up. You have your multiple parties, and then you basically construct different types of strategy to conquer different parts of the dungeon. Is kind of the idea. Pretty much probably going to have it so that, I mean, yes, I mean, you could use all mages, but they're like, you know, okay, you get a whole party of glass cannons, you might win, or be an experience at least, you know. So not everything might be, everything's possible. Not everything necessarily is going to be totally balanced, but you know, maybe that's your challenge and that's what you want. So hopefully there's enough content to allow you to do that. So yeah, that's kind of the overall speed run of the idea of the game, and I'm hoping to have 5 mage, 1 fighters possible. Yeah, well, kind of make sure your fighter's been leveled up to a point to handle that. Yeah. And the feint is just a percentage of chance. I mean, it's just a, you know, system. Yeah, some of the game idea systems is that it's I got a whole system in there. Basically, it's I kind of standardized how to create the code so that I could like create different versions of this. But essentially, it's the brain. It's called brain code, basically. Just get a new one, next one. Next. Oh, imagine if I had a reputation system. This party has reputation of not so good. It'll now cost you 500 gold per recruit. That'd be nasty. That'd be kind of funny. But, yeah, you'd have, I'll try to think of this. So the game brain basically goes through, and if it's a feint, basically the enemy target is deciding who to attack. Exactly. So basically your enemy target, your enemy is going to then target your party, and it's going to basically go through each one of your party and look at it and says, what are you, a fighter, a mage? And then it's going to assign points. The higher the points, the more chance they get picked. So when a fighter's feinting, it's like you get 200 points. But because you're a fighter, you normally get 50. So this means then you have a higher chance of the fighters getting attacked, melee, than you do the mages. But if you have a mage that is deciding to fight in that round with the dagger, well, essentially they're acting like a fighter, so they're melee, so they're going to get like 40 points or 30 points attached to them instead of 50. Normally they'd get 10. So, you know, and then it's a big raffle system. It figures out, all right, that's my target. And that's how the system, it randomly kind of chooses who, but it does a little bit of a weighted thing. Right now the game has all weapons are the same, but I do have attributes on all the weapons that tell you if they're melee, if they're ranged. I'm trying to figure out. This combat system is very simplistic. It's not tabletop where you measure out in angles and stuff. It's just, are you in the front lines or are you in the back lines? You know, are you attacking with a ranged weapon? I don't want a situation where all the enemies have ranged weapons and you have melee weapons. That just means you never get to attack them. No, it just means that you can't attack as much. You know, the entire battle you're getting creative and doing stuff, leaping off, I don't know, large, tall rocks, trees to get something that's flying. I don't know. Well, it's in a maze, but still. So you know, I'm gonna have a little bit of that kind of rule system. Why? Because you also have to do stuff with damage to have enemies choose a target. So, like if I hit them hard enough, will they decide to attack you back? Not as of yet, but I did have some sort of a remembrance system before. Like if a mage casts a spell against you, then that ups their threat. So there's kind of a threat system a little bit. I kind of explored that a little bit, but yeah, there's times where right now at lower levels and such, things are pretty flip of the coin. But as you get higher levels and a lot more hit points, you got a lot more buffer. This stuff, kind of things like this, start becoming more of a gameplay. And yeah, absolutely, it would make sense to have some things where you might have somebody parry around just to kind of bleed off the heat, as it were. But yeah, there's things like that. But more so, it's more right now. It's more like different mobs favor. Well, I'm looking into having mobs, depending on the weapons they pick, they'll be ranged, or they'll be melee. Melee attacks melee, ranged attacks ranged, for example. And I'm trying to work on a way to abstract that a little bit, so it's not too, because you're just picking who to fight and abilities. For example, in certain fighters and such, the idea that a fighter's attacking melee, but if it goes after a ranged party, then they'll be more apt to be attacked by ranged because they're kind of like running out and trying to get to the ranged people. So he'll be out of the melee pool, and so whoever's left gets more attacked. But then again, the picking of the targets are ultimately not under the control of the player. You just get to pick the strategy. It's the character and the character class that kind of determines exactly who they attack. They get to, and then, well, that just means it's random. But different classes will have certain preferences. I will build those in. So like paladins, they're good for undead and void creature, extra supernatural type things. So when you're up against those, they tend to go after say a mix, you had kobolds and some ghosts or something. They would rather attack some ghosts first, type of thing. So, some interaction, some sort of semi-passive thing like that. If I don't have like training manuals in the game that explain to the player that this is capable, then I would definitely want the mechanics and how the game presents the situation to be insightful or hints. Oh, this makes sense by reading the description of the battle. I should be doing that. I got to give them clues. That's game oriented. So that'll be fun to figure out. But right now I'm just trying to figure out this spell affects 1, 3, an entire party, or the entire battlefield. Certain things like that, and then making up a bunch of spells, and then not only giving your characters that ability, but then the enemies also have that ability. So I got some mobs in the game that can put you to sleep, and once I give them the ability to do things that your characters can do, it changed the game play. Immediately I felt it, and like, ooh, this feels visceral. They could do that to me too. I thought I could just slap them upside the head, all that. No. Like, you did it. You had your fun with Fireball. Now, guess what? This guy has a Fireball too. Good luck. So yeah. Hopefully I get that to work. But yeah. I'm hoping to have it really playable, at least the first round of it, the first part of it, by the end of, well, probably not this year. Probably by the end of winter, maybe. Halfway through winter. We'll see. It's web-based right now. It's going to be web-based. Probably set up a... Really can't buy the game yet. I mean, what I probably could do is set up... I got the Steam page going up, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get on Steam. But yeah, it's going to be web playable. So, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. Absolutely. I'm trying to get a little more consistent in the streaming. Sometimes I just don't feel like developing stuff, and if I do stream, I sometimes want to just focus on developing it. And of course, I gotta get used to talking about what I'm doing, but a lot of times there's a lot of awkward silence. Appreciate that. No, I had a lot of it was a good day today. A lot of good some follows and some questions. I always enjoy being able to talk to something other than the rubber ducky on my desk. Oh, yeah, certainly appreciate that. All right, well, you have a good one. I don't think I'll be developing anything tonight much more. Been trying, but yeah, I will have the alpha of this game working as much as I can. So I'll just give it a try every so often. I have it out on my Twitch page. If you click, I think on the Dungeons of Treptera, it'll take you to the game if it's up and going. Just send me a message. I'll get it going when I can. And yeah, absolutely. At some point, I'll need some alpha playtesters, so always looking forward to that. Cool. I'm getting Wi-Fi now. Check a few things out. All right, I'm going to step away from the desk just for a little bit. Restroom break. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. You're gonna change the music up a little bit. You know what? I think I'm just going to change the encounter table and not make changes to a whole new game. That's not yet. Lots of fluff over here. Too much. Oops. Excuse me. Push to mute. Guzzling of the pop. pot. Cool. I appreciate everyone that stopped by, and it's been a fun day today. There we go. Let's stop the game. Well, I certainly appreciate those who have come by, and if you happen to chance to look at the VOD, hopefully it's not too incoherent. A lot of scatterbrain today, but appreciate it. Yeah, some of the plans are to do some coding on stream, hopefully. Well, hello, Ubiquitous42. Appreciate you joining the Guildmaster Career Center of Excellence. Thank you so much. Just kind of getting ready to, not quite wind down, but I'm definitely just trying to get some stuff recorded on the VOD, I guess. Thanks for coming. Hopefully it'll be, I should be streaming, let's see, today's technically Friday. Wow. Oh, that's okay. No, I'm not quite ready. I do have another stream I want to start watching here, so I need to get off the air. But, yeah, no. Like I said, I'll be trying to be a little more consistent. I think I'll be having some pretty heavy development tomorrow. Probably start, probably 8 Central Daylight Time, or, Central Time. Somewhere around there. Go for 5 hours potentially. Yeah, just I gotta kind of sit back, write on some notes. I need to get kind of organized. Got so many different loose ends to batten down. Oh yeah, yep, Muds. Oh yeah, good old Muds. Used to be in the Wheel Mud project. It's still around actually. Back when we were trying to make it a quick basic. But yeah. Yep. I used to run a bulletin board service, and I wrote my own door games as well. First, I had to write a serial driver that talks low level of assembly. That was fun. Now the technology is so much that you can't even get to the low level. It's just so. But I mean, you still can, but it's no point now. But yeah, it was Circle Mud. Yeah. Oh yeah, Circle Mud. Oh my gosh. Yes. LP Mud, and yeah, nodes. So I was working. This is so funny. So back then, you didn't have a lot of standard library stuff, right? You had to make your own implementations of B-tree and hash tables and linked lists and double linked lists. You know, all that stuff as you go through, and you got to worry about buffers and things like that. And so I did a lot of that, and then a lot of time has passed, and then you go to the interview questions, and all right, could you make a double linked list, like using C# and .NET? I don't need to know how to make a double linked list anymore. It's just not worth my time. But I do understand the concepts of what they do, yes. But back then, when you're writing that code, especially with that net code, TCP/IP stuff, oh man, you'd have to get in and out of that stuff a lot, and create your own libraries. Yeah, I'm all old and more apt to. Well, I forget the names, of what they call things and such, and I'm like, well, what do you want me to make? What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Oh, that. Okay, yeah, sure. But yeah, that's fun. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily find myself interviewing any kind of FANG interview. And in some places they have 5 people. Technically I was kind of shocked, but I did have oh yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is, I mean, if you're splitting over, it's interesting. A lot of times it's a culture fit they're trying to look for, but I guess it just depends on what you're doing. It just depends what you are going to work for and what you're doing. I mean, obviously some places, you do need to have that stuff done, but a lot of times it's just a bunch of I guess I see both sides of the fence too much. To kind of really have a strong, I could argue against myself immediately before I could say anything, but yeah, I know what you mean. But you understood the differences as soon as you figured out that, different languages do different things. Can't know everything. Yep. So many languages and stuff has changed for so long that it's like I get all this dead branch information in my head. Oh yeah, as soon as they get the structure, yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. Yep. And sometimes my answer is, well, I think I understand what it is, and this is the places where I would go look it up, because I don't have time to keep all that stuff straight in my head. The difference between me and someone else is that I can go look it up and you start implementing it because I understand what I'm doing, versus looking something up because not having a clue. There's two different things, right? But yeah, there's things like that too. And anymore, it seems to be, a modicum of interpersonal skills helps so much. Yeah, but you'd be surprised. Some of that old stuff clicks in and like, oh, that saved the day. Yeah, everyone's forgotten this. But yeah. I mean, one aspect, I am kind of doing some streaming of coding and such, and yes, I may have X number of years doing this stuff, and then I'll show code on my stream and be like, well, I thought you said you did 30 years of programming and look at what you do. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be, I have no idea. First of all, I'm not trying to put this up against any litmus test. And I know that it could be, this could be just jank. And I get that. But until I need to fix the jank, I'll just earmark it. Yep. Yeah, if you could ever turn around the interviews a little bit to make them think about things, because it just as much as you wanted to fit them with you, then they fit you too. So, oh yeah, premature optimization kills a ton of stuff. It gets you thinking narrow-minded. It gets you thinking with blinders, and then you forget. You miss a lot of stuff. Well, knowing what's kludged or janked is one thing. I mean, obviously, if I did something really bad code-wise, yes, I want to fix that. But that's academically esoteric. Well, who cares? I mean, I cared when my brain was more malleable, but now it's, knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them, type of thing. Yeah, I was just kind of looking over this. I originally thought I'm going to rewrite all this thing to do something else, and maybe I don't need to do that. Oh, sure. Yep. I'm just thankful that some of the systems have pathfinding built in. Someone's already done the brain work on that. But yeah, it's interesting to come up with. So I come up from a standpoint more of the science, not the math when it comes to programming. But oh, I know. Just getting in a whole new. Yeah, I purposefully. If I find myself doing something too much, I purposefully stop and try to think about the most opposite thing I could possibly think about for 10 minutes or something, just so the subconscious part of your brain goes, hey, I could sit and think about this a little more without you bothering me. And then yeah, or what really drives me nuts is if something doesn't work all day long. I go to bed, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I hate that. And like, okay, now I need some sleep. I gotta go. No, not doing that. Write it down though, because you will forget. Yeah, no kidding. I'll write it in boogers on the backboard. What? Gotta do what gotta do. Yep. What's interesting about this project is there's just times where I gotta spend time. I can't get this div lined up, and I have this thing growing past the bounds, and it won't work on mobile, or it flickers, or like, oh, cripe's sakes. I want to make game rules, not figure out something not working right on the website side of things. But that's just how it is. That's kind of fun. Yeah. Yeah, like earlier in the stream, someone talked about it. It says, oh man, I tell you. And it's weird because sometimes it's just not, it's actually ubiquitous on purpose. I mean, you know what I mean? It never has well, this actually hasn't worked the same across browsers forever. Oh, great. Wish I knew that. Well, now I know. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not really a front end guy. I'm more of the gremlin back developer, I guess I want to call it. I don't know if they call that anymore, that things, but I'll make you a framework, or I'll build your your systems below. Yep. And then have somebody else consume them. I'll worry about, hey, we need to standardize this framework, or we need to have this certain kind of structure at least put in place, abstractly or not. Yep. So yeah, I do that, and then the front end stuff is just kind of a Spartan attached to the things I wrote in the back. Or if I'm working on a team, which is so helpful, somebody else could do the React stuff. Although I do want to learn that stuff. It's not that I don't know that stuff. It's I have finite time. It's not so bad. And actually, my old knowledge of React has hurt me. And so just come at it as if you never saw it before. And yeah, just start. For me personally, fire up, if you have the time, of course, finite time. But if you have time, set up your own personal project with React and start simple. Because you're invested and you're learning it, and it helps. I don't like. See, I've been always trying to figure out if this is normal or not, but I'm at the point where, yep. Oh, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. As more of a senior developer, there's times where there's kind of an expectation of, okay, we need to. I'll just throw this out there. Let's say we need you to. We need this written in Perl, so we need you to learn Perl and then write this. And I'm thinking, I am capable of learning Perl. I don't want to. To a certain extent. Now, I mean, I do like Perl, but I don't use it anymore. But something like that. Or I'm not a Java developer. I could look at Java code and translate it into, like, say, C#. Used to be extremely fluent in C. Really like to get back to C someday, but anyway. But yeah, you're the senior engineer. You go figure it out and you go do it. But it's not going to be the quality that I write something and I know what I'm doing. Which then makes me worry about, well, then either I'm overachieving or they have a lot of faith in me. But, and then I go see something crazy by some guy from Microsoft that thinks he knows everything about everything and says, oh yeah, senior developer should take about 2 weeks to learn anything and become absolutely master proficient at it. I'm like, did I really hear that from, what? Is that the expectation? Well, I guess it won't be working for you. Yeah, I was flabbergasted. I'm like, what? What's wrong with you people? Well, at least, yeah. I mean, it was like not a TED Talk, but something similar. I'm gonna itch my ear. Apologize. If I could just find if I could just find an ear monitor that doesn't irritate the crap out of my ear canal. Anyway. But yeah, you have things like that. And then, of course, you got the peanut gallery that, says a bunch of stuff that's not true, but it's convincing, like AI. But, well, that's another thing. I mean, I might want to be using AI tooling and tools, but I'm just not into that much. And right now, AI doesn't come up with something I can't think about right now. Well, that's not right. I think it's easy. Well, I don't know. So, in my mind, when I analyze something like that, it's like, okay, so we got this. We got this background ambiance of, oh yeah, that you took too long. Even though we gave you more time. So, everyone's like extremely smart at this place, and they do incredible things. And so, how good are their products, and where are they, and what do they do? Because if you have, if that's said that way, how much magic is actually happening, and is it really? Because it needs to be absolutely impressive. Because if it's not, it's a bunch of ego, right? I mean, hopefully I'm right about that. Because that's sometimes. I really can't speak too much to it because I don't think I'd have any chance of. Yikes. I wouldn't have any chance of setting foot in anywhere near a fang. I have a passion for programming. I've been doing it for a long time, but there's a lot of people more gifted. And I doubt myself a lot of times too. The old imposter syndrome hits hard sometimes. Yeah. Some of the things I've learned working is having to master things that are opposite of me. Which, yeah, I'm a nerd, and I did not like being around people a lot and stuff. But, I guess became more extroverted. I always seemed extroverted to people who are doing the same thing I'm doing, but introverted, right? I never really was that severe, but I'm pretty socially awkward. But I had to learn to work with people. I had to learn patience, humbleness. Listening skills has to be really good. I would hire those with great listening skills over exemplary coding skill. I mean, if they both can code, the one had much better listening skills. I would probably go toward the person that can listening skills. If the person can relate what they're doing with people who don't know what they want. Yeah, yeah, not too bad, but it just, you do run into, because of the, for me, science, art, mathematics is all rolled up into programming. I'm weak in math, but I'm really good in science. I understand science, or at least the scientific method type stuff, and how to think. So, for the longest time, I know how to figure things out when I don't know them, but I may not be able to spout the answer to you right away. But I will generally successfully come to the solution later. Older I get, though, harder it is to do that. But, so sometimes people want answers now, right away, and things like that. And only a very few of those can actually extrapolate, and project or expand what they can do. But yeah, just being able to work with, learning how to be the glue in a team is important. And people you want to work with that understand that are good people to work with. That's a good place to work. So yeah, if anything, I guess there's been times where I've had to help hire other help, and they're coming out of college and they're book smart and they understand, they pass their grades exceptionally well, but when they're given relatively simple task of something to build something, then you end up then you figure out exactly how to become a mentor and stuff. It kind of like you're slightly dismayed from the fact that, well, I thought these things mean something. And then you can also run into some where, yes, they come out of school, they're very good, they got a degree, they're very, very smart, and they exude, this is beneath me, sometimes too. So, yeah, like I said before, humbleness is a good thing to learn in this industry, I think. And it's hard to do that. But there's a lot, I mean, it's kind of hard right now to get private jobs, but then again, I hear, I don't know if it's that way across the country. I just think there's a lot of jobs that probably would be considered beneath, and you don't do it. But there's also places that the people are struggling to get some IT, and it's actually happening, and it's transitory, but you just don't know when. So I'm fortunate. I'm glad I do have a day job. But yeah, yep. But now we're just doing game dev, so we're not doing too much of a business philosophy, as it were. Because ultimately, if you have the skills, you could end up creating your own company, right? That's the important part of what we do. We have the ability to start something from scratch. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I hope it does go well for you. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. So I'm just gonna read my code and figure out what I'm doing. Stare into the abyss known as the code. Staring back at you. No. Let's see. One moment. Dope. Oops. All kinds of stuff. Oh yeah. I had a tangent that I never got to in the game. Where's that at? Where'd it go? Trying to find my screens here. What's going on? There it is. Yeah, this is just gonna work. So here I am starting to experiment with MonoGame, which is a bare bones game engine system that basically does the graphics for you and such, but you have to come up with everything else completely, and it's completely code based in C#. So if you ever want to get your hands on something to do, that's looks to be a good thing. And yeah, oh yeah, it's a C#. I think it's once again forgot again. It was back when Microsoft, through their libraries coding, it was something to allow developers to create games for their Xbox and that platform. It's not. I should just go to the MonoGame find it. But anyway, I want to say Ignite. No, it's gosh. Anyway, Microsoft sunsetted that, and then this group, this nonprofit group, took it up and brought it up and built it up, and now offer it as a complete. You could you install it in your Visual Studio. It's a whole platform. Yeah, XNA. That's it. Yep. It's the old XNA. Yep. So, yeah. So I just threw together. It's really interesting. I'm using my dice roll program, my dice roll function, and it just randomly figuring out plus or minus degrees, and if it overruns the degree, it just sets, it just keeps wrapping it around. So, and that's one of my pictures from a game. Yeah, they brought it up to, now it's like .NET 9. I mean, they've brought it way up to modern. So like, yeah. If I would just read the code, I'd say XNA. But yeah. Oh yeah, that's some abstraction. I was going through some of their libraries that are help getting things kind of going. So essentially, I have thought about stopping all game development in the web space and trying to see how rapidly I can go into this space to start creating like a graphic, because right now it sets up like a window. It's like you can set up like I have it like a 720p, so it's like 1280 by 720. But you can set up to a resolution, and I think you could also make it so that it doesn't look like a Windows form. I'm sure at some point. Essentially, it's a game running on a computer. Like well, in this case, it's compiled for Windows. Because of that, I can control the graphics. It's like writing a desktop application, except and because I'm not using the mindset of a scene and frames and things like that. The modern engines have a certain kind of standardized way of going about defining the development of the game, and it's really tied toward, in a way, movie making. Really look at it. Actually, when you look at games, the game engines are very, very like basically computerized movies, in a way, and it's less about your game code and more like how you're going to deal with the in between the frames when it draws things. The most important thing of the engine is to keep the FPS up and all the sprites and things moving your game is almost like secondary to that, to a certain extent. And so for me, it's like I have to learn the idiomatic. I gotta learn that, and then I gotta learn where do I instantiate my game, which is the library that actually handles the game, and then how do I put the inputs into it and out of it, and then also I have to write it in like GDScript or some other language, or heaven forbid C++. C++ is fine. It's just been, but that boat has sailed several times, type of thing. But yeah, this makes it easier to. I understand how it works, and it's like, well, I understand kind of what it's doing. I'm like, this might happen. They have basically overrides. Update is basically the game engine saying this is where I need to update game logic, and to get input from the user and determine things. And then the draw is basically just dealing everything that needs to draw out your game. Yeah, see, in Godot, I was thinking, I think Godot finally is now with 4, is treating it as a first-class citizen. I need to get into that a little more. I still need to get through that standard way of creating your nodes and all that stuff, but I looked into that too. But, or with Mono, it's so basic. I mean, it's so what do you call it? I could set up the draw space and start drawing it and getting things, the graphics build out, and I could start, in a way that I want to do it, and I don't have to go conform to any sort of specific node pattern, things like that. And of course, I don't have pathfinding or anything else like that, but I have draw graphics on screen, and I don't need to come up too much. Right, and in this, this particular retro style game, it just show static images in the right place, and the artwork, create your UI, which is kind of funny because I hear a lot of game developers, I can't create UI, and I'm like, well, for desktop stuff, I do UI all the time, so when I get to that point, I might be able to do it better. Might be able to do okay with it, but yeah, it's not really built for that UI interface type of thing, but here it would be. But yeah, the game itself would be just, I can think of it as static stills pages, and not have to worry about all the quirkiness of HTML and that stuff too. I don't know. I might be able to like rapidly create a user interface and create the game rapidly in this. I should probably just say, you know what, I'm going to take a month and try, just to give it a chance, or at least 2 weeks. Set yourself up a little success, learn it, see what I can do. Because I already know I'm going to have to build out things like, okay, this is a panel, and a panel is of this standard size, and these are the standard functions they happen to work with all the panels, and this is how you construct the stuff inside of the panel, and this is where you put the panel onto the screen. That whole library system, right? And once that's built, then you just fill that in, and then you find the gaps and adjust your model to 2.0. That's kind of my overall, probably go that route. So I can at least duplicate all the staticness. I guess I'd have the most problem is trying to figure out how to get the text to print in the right places and scroll and maintain. But once that happens, might be easier than I think, because the game itself is simple. I'm not trying to make I need a platformer with guns and jumping, and no, I would definitely use Godot or something for that, but this is create a static, basically advanced UI for the game. So I don't know, I'd feel more like I know what I'm doing, at least a little bit, than other stuff, and it's all in C#. It's one thing to dig through and figure out the libraries for inside C# for C# versus trying to figure out the equivalents of something in JavaScript and turn around and get something to work in HTMX, and then a callback or a post, or I mangled something, and why why does React hate me? Not React. Why does the pipeline on the web page hate me? Things like that. I got an infinite loop. Oh no, things like that stuff. I've done that before. Just sit in flashes to keep. Oops. What have you done? Divide by 0. Cool. Well, I appreciate you following. I will probably be streaming on Friday. Probably at least stream twice a week coming up. I just gotta sit down and do it. Have consistency. Next thing is just making sure I have the right time schedule. Normally I'd probably stream earlier in the day, which means I lose half the people who I've gained. Maybe. So I'm kind of looking at that, seeing how that would work out. I can kind of see. But I think I'm going to be calling the stream here in a little bit. I certainly appreciate everyone who has stopped by and let me chat with you a little bit and ramble on. I definitely want to get some coding down. Of course, coding streams don't always guarantee some code's going to happen, but it can happen. That's a thing. And yeah, I think I'm going to focus. I think my focus will be, I think I want to get some HTMX inside of my encounter page so that I get not so much scrolling. I got fixed in place things happening. And then maybe start a treasure system. Definitely need to get a treasure system going. Yeah, and then basically I need to take a big list and start really prioritizing and get a state of mind of, okay, this is where we're at and this is what I need to do to start really making the game work and testable and playable. I need to basically settle on the first wave of abilities and base game rule systems in place and that they work. And then I got to make sure that those then bubble up the logs, the information about what happens in a battle sequence, so that comes up and proper, so that gets reported in your battle log correctly. Then just adjusting the website side to be able to grab the appropriate inputs. I need to make it to be more wizard-like, meaning once you start, like, I'm gonna pick fight. Okay, you pick the fight option, pick the fighters, and then say you're done picking the fighters, and then it presents you back to, okay, now what do you want to do? I'm gonna do spells. Okay, pick who you want to do. All right, so we're in a spell mode. Who's doing a spell? You pick somebody. All right, now we just show that whole real estate, just what spell to pick, and then once they pick the spell, who is it going to go against? And then of course you have to have like flow control, like cancel this action, or you finish it out, and then it goes back to, okay, now who else is doing a spell, and then you can leave that. So I need to make that a little bit more, that's what I mean by wizard, like, to get those done and make them consistent. And then that'll make that flow better and behave better as a web page, so that when you say use the mobile, it doesn't jump up and down on the screen all the time. Get that to work, and then after that, I need to get all my core characters, at least one or two of their base abilities that separate them from all the other characters. Get those implemented. So then set up probably. Can I change how the guild recruits? I need to go back into the help files, or go back into the part that displays how to use, how to recruit. Make the change. It used to be that the game just randomly gave you somebody. You could then train them, but you couldn't do much about anything else. So this time it would be like you have 5 applicants. So it means I could create 5 characters. And then you pick which one you want to pick. Like for number 1, I pick a fighter. Okay, you now have 4 left, and now you're training a fighter. You keep training it. Now you can dismiss them. They're gone. You have 4 more left. And then after every 5 minutes, you gain like 2 more applicants, up to a maximum of a certain amount per hour. Well, per time. So you get to control, instead of it randomly picking a class, you get to pick it. Do that. Also need to introduce the idea of paying your guild to recruit. So you can always get fighter, thief, mage, and cleric. But to get the other more advanced classes, you either have to get so far into the dungeon, unlock something, or pay gold. Probably going to pay gold. It's going to cost a lot. And then as you do your things in the dungeon and the game, you actually are going to reduce that cost. Type of thing. And, some special events where, a paladin is showing up for free. Right. There you go. Also the capability of the advanced classes, they have a chance of showing up at median level. So if you have you have a party of level 10s, but you don't have any advanced classes, they could show up at like level 5 instead of level 1. So it gives you a better chance to kind of get them up to speed to go into your party. The game loop basically is you're going to create a party, and someone's going to you're going to lose a party member, so then you'll need to replace them. The problem is that if you have like level 8, level 7 characters, and you bring in a level 1, your level 1's dying unless you're purposefully taking your higher level characters and hunting the upper levels. But the game also scales a little bit, so if you have higher level party, you're going to find higher versions of them even in the beginner areas. So it's really meant for you to kind of create another party and build them up repeatedly, kind of a little bit in the background to switch it around and kind of maintain that. So as a game designer, I'm thinking, well, is that meticulous? Is that just a grindy mechanic, or is that expectable? I mean, it'll get expect for your players to do that. So that's one thing I can think of. Another one is, so I want character generation experience to be good. To make the game feel more into the atmosphere it should be, I need to go back and immediately start changing how you can get weapons, who can get weapons, and what quality they are, so that they are just as much of a part of gaining levels as gaining a level, type of thing. So I need to fill those inventories out, and the restrictions on those, so that when you go to there as a low level, Bart's does not have a lot of great things for you. I mean, he has the basics, and at that level, that's all you should expect, is some of those basics. And right now, the gameplay, I kind of expected the money. It's all pooled into one pot as your guild. So you could have your money earners higher levels, and then you can bring in your lower levels, and they can then, get suited up pretty good stuff right off the bat. Die and you lose it, but that's true too. Just because you give somebody full plate at level 1 doesn't mean you get to hang on to that full plate. So, yeah, there's some balances there. Otherwise, each party has its own coffers. Basically, game design is to make it so that having a pool of money is not the problem. I think. So, that's something I gotta work on too. So, first things first, just get some cosmetics done on the encounters so I can get the HTMX in there more. Start on the Explorer. That's when you walk around the maze. Start HTMXifying the stuff I normally would use Signal R on. Let's get that to work. I think that'll be nice. Yep. All right. Well, I appreciate whoever is here with me. Thank you so much for watching my stream and just kind of blabbing on and on. Do some more game development here shortly. More playtesting. Oh, Scorpion 7311. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate that so much. You did kind of caught me toward the very end, but thank you for following. You should get notified when I come back online now for following. Yep, thank you so much. Yep, Ubiquitous, thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, basically, I'm probably going to stream tomorrow. It's going to be a lot more actual game development. I'll probably be working on a few things. A little more focused. Get more boring. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I hope to chat again sometime. Yeah, do some more gameplay. Probably need to focus on stuff that makes the gameplay fun. Because then that I could feed off of that to want to make more things that are unfun. So, yeah. I spent a big bunch of time getting the character generator set up. I haven't get a chance to show you the Ubiquitous, so basically another time we can do that. But basically, the game has basically has most of the screens in the game as admin screens that allow you to basically configure the entire game, like create the mazes online. There's 10 levels. There's 30 rooms, 30 by 30 rooms or 900 rooms per level. You get to draw all the walls that define the rooms. You get to define what monsters get generated and what the odds are, where and what rooms, levels and such. You could set up like, what treasure is potential, things like that. You also can create all the spells, all the armor, and all the weapons on the website, as well as configuring the creation of all the characters with that. So a lot of the game is data driven. Most of it. You have to maybe select what kind of, class, like a mob fighter. If you want it to be a fighter, you got to pick mob fighter as the class that runs that. I don't have it quite set up as granular as code, but you have that aspect of it. And I think the future at some point I might add Lua scripting to kind of round out the capability. So if somebody wrote a Lua function to represent something, to have, they can expand the game, maybe. But that'd be like way down the road once I get the game going. So anyway, I must go. Appreciate your time. And wherever you are, hope you have a good evening, good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you so much for being here, and hopefully we'll get to see you later on. All right. Well, let the buffer work a little bit so I don't, cut me off middle of the VOD. Yep, I'll get the VOD out and put this up on YouTube's a little bit later. I gotta fill out my social stuff on my Twitch page too. I need some cool outro music and all that stuff, but I'm not a star. I'm Scuff. So, all right, have a good one. Appreciate it.